Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Emilia. A shiver racks up my spine, making me jerk violently in the cold and damp cell I'm currently huddled in. All around me are other cells, filled with other women that are around my age or younger. I tuck my legs up to my chest and wrap my arms tightly around them. It's the only way I've found that conserves body heat while I'm stuck down here. Atlanta isn't typically a frigid climate, but the orcs have dug these cells so far into the ground that it feels perpetually cold all of the time. Not to mention that the only reprieve from the cold concrete floors is a small cot that is chained to the wall with barely any padding to it. In my cell, I have 4 other women with me. All of them are older teenagers, and it makes me feel like I have a personal responsibility for them. I hate to see them wasting away in the same cell as me. They all have such vibrant lives ahead of them. It's a shame that they're stuck here instead. I've tried to escape a few times in the past, all of which I've been caught and beaten badly for. The scars that still litter my skin are stark reminders of how horrible the orcs who cage us are, and their barbaric ways of treating humans who have no choice but to let them. Next to me, one of the older girls shifts in her sleep and presses her cold body into mine. I untangle my arm from around my leg and wrap it around her, pulling her into me while she shivers. I need to get these girls out of here, if only to save them before they're sold off to a brothel or worse. It's a common practice at this base to do so. Travellers are welcome to browse our cells and choose which women to trade goods for. It's disgusting and archaic, and makes my stomach turn each time I see a hulking figure wandering down here and staring into our cells with hunger-filled eyes. I hate orcs. I tense when the door across from my cell opens. Women in the other cells around me shift quietly, all of us waiting with anticipated breaths for whoever is chosen next to be beaten or otherwise. It isn't uncommon for orcs to come down here and do so at random. Most of them want to take out their aggression anyway, and what better way to do that than on an unsuspecting human who has no chance at fighting back? I tighten my hold around the girl at my side and eye the other 3 in my cell. If they try to take any one of them, I'll fight tooth and nail. I don't care if it causes me to lose a few teeth in the process. It's better that than letting these poor girls suffer like I have. A whimper from across the way carries over the quiet, making me tense. Heavy footsteps descend the stairs leading down here and stop just as they reach the landing. A dark laugh breaks through the tense silence. Well now, which one of you shall I pick first? None of us say anything. All of us hope that the orc coming to collect a prize will either not notice us in the dark or move on to find something more enticing. I don't know how good an orc's vision is in the dark, but he wastes no time in heading directly for my cell. I glance over at the girls huddled on the other side where the cot is mounted. Their figures are hard to see in the poor lighting, but I can tell by their hunched-over bodies that they're trying to appear as small as possible. I untangle myself from the girl at my side and tuck her back into the corner. She barely breathes, already having awoken from the orc's dreadful voice. I stand slowly, fisting my hands at my sides. Well, look at this, he says, unlatching our cell and swinging the door wide open. Already waiting for us to come collect you? I grit my teeth at his taunting tone. He knows just as well as I do that none of us have a choice in this, especially with him being 3 times my size. More footsteps descend down the stairs and into the dank cellar, making a shiver rack up my body again. More? Are they coming to collect others too? I feel sick. How many travellers have asked for us to be sold to them? And what exactly are we even worth? Most likely a few gold pieces and some fine woven cloth, if I have to guess. But certainly not worth enough for a human life, that's for sure. We are more than simple bargaining chips, but drilling that into any of these barbarians' heads is impossible. They'll never see us like that. A rough hand grabs me by the throat, dragging me away from the corner of the cell. I shriek and claw at the hand, hoping that by doing so, I'll be enough of a hassle to piss him off and let me go. Sometimes, if we make enough of a racket, they don't bother trying to bring us up to present us to the merchants or travellers, deeming us to be not worth the hassle at that point. To them, no amount of finery or gold is worth a woman scratching the crap out of their eyes. "Silence, you wench!" the orc grumbles at me, dragging me further out of the cell and into the main walkway. The orcs behind him come up to flank him, a flash of rope appearing in one of their hands. I scream again and kick my legs out to try and nail any of them in the crotch. It's my only defence against their timbering heights and brutish strength. The hand tightens around my throat, successfully cutting off my airway and making stars dance in my vision. I feel my limbs begin to weaken. It's so unfair how easily they are able to overpower us. What are we but simple prey to an apex predator? Rope is fastened around me as well as a rag stuffed into my mouth to silence me. The scar that stretches above my lip tugs uncomfortably at how wide my jaw has to unhinge to support the rag. I cough, dragging in a few precious breaths before I'm dragged down the walkway and up the steps leading up to the base above. They're finally selling me off. I try to strain my head back to see over my shoulder, but I'm quickly jerked back around before I can get a good look at the girls in my cell. I'm praying that they're only taking me and leaving them alone for the time being. I can't bear to watch them get sold alongside me. It would break my heart. I dig my feet into the soil as I'm paraded through the base. A few orcs look my way and snicker as they see me. I'm a bit infamous around here for being a troublemaker, especially since I've tried to escape more than once. I made it pretty far last time. Maybe while they're bartering with the traveller who they're planning on selling me to, I can sneak away and make a break for it. I'll have to come back for the other girls. I won't be able to stomach leaving them behind while I get to finally roam free. "Sir," the orc next to me drops me at the feet of another sizable orc. "I have what you asked for." I grunt and slowly roll onto my side, wincing when my ribs needle from the pain of being thrown to abruptly. Excellent! I recognise the voice immediately. It's the leader of the base. I have no idea what his name is, nor do I care to find out. All I know is that he's a massive jerk bent on torturing us humans. I'm lifted off of the ground by the leader. He holds me upright at an awkward angle, forcing my back to strain. "You'll do nicely as a trade for the merchants that are arriving soon." He smirks at me. A chill runs through me. I hope to the gods that they aren't other orcs. Sometimes we have other travellers that come through here. It's rare, but it does happen. Please let it be one of them instead. I'm thrown unceremoniously back down onto the ground again. See to it that she's brought out when the merchants arrive. We can't let our fellow orcs wait. No. Tears sting at the corners of my eyes. No, no, no. Yes, sir. Hands pull me up again, righting me onto my feet. Hysteria overtakes me, causing me to careen sideways and knock myself into the orc who dragged me from my cell. He lets out a surprised grunt, toppling back away from me into another set of orcs that were crowding around the leader. "You witch!" He slaps me the second he rights himself. I choke out a muffled groan, surprised by the sudden shock of pain. "Behave, or I'll skin the other girls in your cell and roast them over the fire pit tonight." Tears leak down my cheeks. I turn to stare at him, my face on fire from where his hand had made contact. He grins at me, his teeth large and crooked. It's a terrifying display. I'm in the mood for some human meat, so you better behave or I'll be putting that on the menu tonight. The orcs around us chatter with laughter, making me sink into myself out of self-preservation. I hate this. I'm never going to escape their cruelty. As I'm led towards the brig where they keep those that they plan on selling, I feel myself start to shake. Only one question rattles around in my mind. Who are they selling me to?
Chapter 2. Ross. I stare absent-mindedly at the scenery flying by my window, but my brain doesn't manage to process any of it. Even if I was paying attention, which I'm not, it would be hard to take in. We've selected our fastest mounts for this journey, and the carriage is traveling in record time. Still, I've traveled just about every inch of the land. Even if the images outside my window are merely suggestive blurs that disappear in the blink of an eye, I could probably tell you what they were. There's almost certainly nothing here that I haven't seen 1,000 times over. My journeys take me away from the Burning Sun clan, my clan, most of the time, but I don't mind. I like getting to barter for the supplies that we need, knowing that I'm providing an essential service to the orcs and humans back at camp. I'm an outgoing orc, which makes me perfect for the task. I meet lots of interesting folks, and have I got some stories to tell. Today's trip may be the most interesting and challenging of all, and that's what my mind is full of, preventing me from enjoying the ride in my usual spirited manner. A hand on my shoulder pulls me from my reverie. I turn to see Warwick looking at me with concerned green eyes. "You okay?" I answer, still trying to shake myself back to the present moment. I glance around, realizing all 3 of the orcs accompanying me have similar worried expressions. Quickly, I backtrack, trying to figure out what I missed in the conversation. "Oh, I'm fine," I reassure the group. "You stressed about this one?" Parad questions, sounding surprised. "Do you really think they're keeping slaves?" Though we had discussed that this was the point of the mission, his tone makes it clear that he hadn't really considered it a legitimate concern until now. I shrug, being careful not to incite my team. Nothing is known yet, so I don't want to say too much. "Why do you think they aren't?" I ask instead. Parad purses his lips, thinking it over, and finally offers a shrug of his own. "I guess I just thought most of the clans agreed with us. I know we were the first that made it official, that we didn't believe it was ethical to enslave the humans. But I thought it was sort of a given by now. You know, times have changed." Warwick looks at me expectantly, waiting for me to agree. I can empathize with them in many ways. I wish that someone could convince me that no one would be treating humans as possessions in this day and age. I understand why it's such a painful thought, and easier to dismiss as a crazy rumor than consider the horrifying chance it could be true. I can't be swayed as easily as them, however. I've heard many questionable things about this base, enough to cast their integrity into serious doubt. More than one source has indicated that slave trading might be going on behind the scenes. Not only are my sources rather confident in their information, but they've always been trustworthy in the past. It's enough, at least, to give me pause. That's why we've set out on this trip today, wanting to see what we can find at the base. And though the other orcs seem confident that they'll find reassurance that there's nothing to worry about, I'm just not so sure. But I don't want to be a downer, so I say nothing, trying to act unbothered. My team is some of the best orcs I could ever imagine working with. Normally, I wouldn't keep my thoughts hidden. Of course, normally, our travels are much lower stakes. As a general rule, wandering the countryside is a free, relaxed lifestyle. It may not be for everyone, but we enjoy it. When it does get dangerous, however, things can get dicey fast. That's why I won't bring just anyone along to work with me. They're some of the best fighters, because rebel orcs and hostile enemies can be a very real threat. We encounter enough of those that I know better than to let my guard down. The hazards of the job require us to always stay alert and aware, but it also means that we spend a lot of time blowing off steam. Soon, the other orcs lose interest in the grim thought of a human slave trading ring and go back to cracking jokes and playful teasing. I try my best to keep one ear tuned into the conversation, not wanting to alarm my team any more than I already have. I force a few smiles and laugh with the rest of them, but it doesn't resonate the way that it usually does. I can't shake this foreboding feeling I have no matter how hard I try. Finally, we arrive at our intended base. Waruk and I get out of the carriage, leaving Parod and Dul to guard our wares. The carriage is full of useful items for trade, such as food and clothing, that are too valuable to leave unattended. The sun is just beginning to set, leaving an orange haze in the sky as we approach the main entrance. We introduce ourselves to their security, and the orc leader quickly appears to check us over himself. I make the necessary introductions, being friendly while also mentioning that we came hoping to obtain some herbs that our base is in need of. This is just to cover, of course, our excuse to explore further. He takes to us right away, giving me a warm, welcome feeling. Since he's being so open, I don't wait long to drop the suggestion that we're open to further trades if he has any more valuable items. He seems to want to pal up to us more than I'm comfortable with, and I keep redirecting him back to the herbs. He invites us to come into the base, so we pull the carriage in, past the big stone wall that protects the base. He walks ahead, showing us where we should park the carriage in a big community square. Then we begin to haggle and barter as he looks over the goods that we offer in trade. The leader finds several things that he's interested in, much more valuable than the herbs we're asking for, but he reassures us that he has something good to make it worth our while. There's a gnawing feeling in my stomach when he sends an errand orc off to fetch his share. Only a few minutes later, the orc arrives with the herbs. Behind him, another guard is roughly shoving forward a human woman. Her arms are bound, but despite the way she's being handled so gruffly, she still takes the time to glare at me, her amber eyes shooting sparks. "This will do?" the orc leader asks. I can feel my team stirring behind me, realizing in shock that it's true. They're clearly trading humans here, and they'll give them to just about anyone, no questions asked. I want to tear into the orc, but now isn't the time. I stifle my repulsion and mentally tell my orcs to do the same. Then I stare at the woman, wondering what to do now. We'll have to come back for the rest of the humans later. Maybe she can help us know what we're up against. I guess I'll have to take her with me for now. I can't leave her here to be treated like this. She's thin, and there's a suspicious scar over her lip that makes me want to pummel someone. Her long blonde hair is dirty, and I'm sure she hasn't been given the proper chance to care for it. No, she'll have to come back with us where she's safe. The idea makes my stomach churn a bit. I'm not certain how comfortable I am having a human woman that close for such an extended period, but I'll just have to be on my best behavior, I suppose. I hope the other orcs can do the same. Like I've mentioned, we're a bit rough around the edges. "Yes, this'll do," I finally say, realizing he's waiting for a response. "Thank you for your kindness and generosity. Would you mind extending your hospitality to our crew for the night, and we'll depart in the morning? It's getting dark and we're a long way from home." I glance up at the darkening twilight sky, noting that the sun has sunk over the horizon. Only the very edges of light remain, and the moon is already beginning to triumphantly make itself known. "Absolutely," the leader replies hospitably, clapping me on the back. "Take them to the guest barracks," he orders his errand lackey. "Yes, sir," the young orc replies. "What do you want me to do with her?" He gestures at the human, still bound. "She'll stay in my room tonight," I reply. It slips out of me before I know it, startling myself and her. Her eyes go hard and she shoots daggers at me again, as if conveying an unspoken threat. I'm both amused and thrown off by this wisp of a girl's spirit, but I do my best to keep my face impassive. I don't want to arouse anyone's suspicions. The leader bids us goodnight and departs, and the young orc leads us to a row of connected rooms. He stops at each door, letting someone in for the evening as I assign the inhabitant. The last room in the row is for me and the girl, I decide. When we're safely inside, I untie her bindings. She watches me with wary eyes. And then, the second that her hands are her own, she springs to life, clawing at me. I guess I didn't think this one through.
Chapter 3. Amelia. I stare at this strange orc as he removes the bindings from my hands, trying to mentally send a warning that he'd better leave me alone. I don't think he's getting the message because he doesn't slow down at all. My mind races, trying to think of another option. I suppose it was a bit far-fetched to hope that I could scare this 7-foot-tall orc. He's not just tall, but huge. Not only that, but he must be a rather powerful orc from an important clan if he can strike deals so easily. Whoever he is, he's not going to be intimidated by a few dirty looks. I'll have to take it up a notch, I realise. As soon as my hands are finally untied and free, I let out a primal yowl from somewhere deep inside of me. I launch myself forward, scratching and slapping furiously at him. I don't care how big he is. I'm not a possession, and I'm certainly not going to lay here and make things easy for him. I don't want to have sex with this stupid orc, and he doesn't own me, no matter what he thinks. Obviously, I know in the big picture there's only so much I can do. But I feel better at least refusing to go down without a fight. Maybe if I bother him enough, he'll toss me aside, and I can be free. I've been given away, so I'm no longer theirs. I'm his. And now I just have to make it so that he decides I'm too much trouble to keep. Or at least, I can keep him from wanting to have sex with me. No one would desire a snarling, snapping mad woman, would they? I don't think it's working, because he has that same stupid smile on his face that he always does. It never seems to go away, though it doesn't serve any purpose. It doesn't even look genuine, just a phony grimace that turns up at the corners of his mouth. For a moment, I wonder if this orc is stupid, but then I remember how skillfully he traded just moments ago. It can't be a mental problem. Is it a physical defect? No one smiles like this all the time, certainly not when they're getting beat about the head and face. He continues to smile, which just enrages me more. I stop slapping, mostly because it's making my hands start to ache. He's a tough orc, and I think my attack hurts me more than it is him. Instead, I start to look furiously around the room, wondering if there's anything I can throw at him. Everything's a weapon if you're fast enough. Unfortunately, I'm not quite quick enough. He takes advantage of the pause to gently grab my arms. I panic at the touch, feeling like a trapped animal, and begin to thrash violently against him. He still doesn't seem fazed. Not even the slightest hint of annoyance mars his features. I whip my body more frantically, desperately trying to lurch out of his grasp. It only makes him tighten his grip, and he puts one of the tree trunks that he calls a leg behind my knee, forcing me to sit on the bed against my will. I open my mouth as if to scream, though we both know it's futile. Even if anyone hears me, they won't care. But it does seem to get a reaction from him finally, and the first glint of something like concern flickers in his greenish-red eyes. He hurriedly drops my arms, wrapping his hand over my mouth instead. "Calm down," he orders in a clear, steady voice. "I'm not going to hurt you. I know I'm an orc and you don't trust me, but I need you to just stay quiet and listen. That's all you have to do, okay?" The words slowly begin to penetrate through the cloud of fear and panic. My frantic flailing slows as I consider it, and finally stops. He has the upper hand on me, so it's not as if I was getting anywhere. I'm still not willing to trust him, but I do notice that he's using the bare minimum of force to cover my mouth, and there's a sense of hesitation at doing even that much. I decide that I am, at least, willing to hear him out. "Now, when I let go of you, you can't attack anymore," he warns. "I won't touch you if you don't touch me." I can hear him take a deep breath in from behind me. Then, as promised, he drops his hands to his sides. I immediately scoot away to the far side of the bed, putting some distance between us. I didn't break my promise. He said not to touch him. He stands up, letting out a weary little sigh. Then he slowly lifts his hands into the air as if to prove he isn't doing anything. He folds them behind his head, resting on top of the thick rows of fiery braids that adorn his green head. "I didn't come here to get a slave," he explains slowly. "I belong to the Burning Sun clan. We don't believe that humans should be kept as slaves. It was something of an accident that I ended up with you. I eye him warily, not sure what he means. How can he accidentally take a slave? I came here bartering for herbs, he continues. But when he offered me a human, I didn't want to say no. You shouldn't be living here, being traded at all. In my clan, humans live peacefully with the orcs. Some of them are even mated. By their own choice, he adds hastily. Humans mated with orcs? I echo, startling myself. I had temporarily forgotten that I wasn't speaking to him. Mentally, I reminded myself not to get too trusting. Yes. He nods, his hands still resting on his head. I wasn't going to leave you here to be treated like a slave, but you're not going to be my slave either. You should be free to live how you want, like the humans in my clan are. What do the humans do there? I whisper despite myself. It's hard for me to believe that such a place exists, but my curiosity wins out. His hands come down as if by reflex. He opens his mouth to answer, and then quickly notices what he's done. He starts to put them back up gingerly, an apology in his eyes. I nod briskly, letting him know that it's okay. He relaxes his posture, but takes a step back to give me some space. He's definitely different from other orcs. I can at least say that much. Whatever they want, I guess, he finally answers. I mean, we all have jobs and things to do. We have human teachers and orphanage workers, and there's even a human who runs a restaurant. And no one owns them. No one makes them slaves or servants or beats them or forces them to have sex. He frowns, shaking his head fiercely. No, our security is very strict, because the orcs can overpower the humans so easily. It's very much frowned upon to cross those sorts of lines, even a little bit. If an orc was so much as bothering a human without her permission, they'd face serious consequences. I'm stunned, trying to imagine a place where I could complain that an orc hurt me and be taken seriously. Here, that seems to be the goal. They slap each other on the back and cheer every time they damage one of us. He looks me in the eye and shrugs again. Like I said, though, the orcs and the humans cohabitate. Sometimes they choose to be together, but it's always a choice. We even have some children who are half human, half orc, born to mixed mates. And those children aren't punished? I ask disbelievingly. No, he answers. Neither are the parents. Our chief is married to a human woman and has a child. I stare at him, dumbfounded. It all sounds too elaborate and detailed to be a lie. How could he think all of this up on the spot like this? And yet it sounds too good to be true as well. My mind is so confused, not sure what to believe. He paces for a minute, thinking. Now, I'm not in charge of you, and I'm not making you do anything. But I think it's obvious to both of us that this isn't a good place for you, and as far as they know, you're going home with me anyway. I don't want to just leave you on your own, that's not safe. So would you like to come back to the clan with us? I hold my breath, trying to think. If he's telling the truth, this place sounds as if it's as good as it gets. But that's the very reason I have a hard time making sense of what he is saying. There must be something that I'm missing or misunderstanding, a catch that he's left out, or a part that my brain refuses to process. Nowhere can be like this supposed Burning Sun clan, can they? Or worse, this orc is even worse than the ones I've already faced off against. He's trying to trick me into making a horrible mistake, and he's doing it by pretending to be kind, which may be the most unforgivable thing of all.
Chapter 4. Roz. She stares at me with unseeing eyes, and it's clear that she's reeling. I'm quiet for a moment, giving her a chance to process her thoughts. The look on her face is one of disbelief, and it's a hard reaction for me to absorb. I'm used to being the traveling trader, my special talent, the ability to sell almost any deal to anyone. I spend my days shaking hands, not being looked at as if I am a liar. But I don't want to sell anything to this girl. I'm here to educate her, not convince her. She has to decide on her own that she's willing to trust me. I can't barter for that. Besides, it's not as if I can blame her. It probably sounds absurd to someone who has only known living in captivity and fear. She suffered greatly at the hands of these orcs. Anyone could understand why she thinks we're all monsters. Maybe we are after all. It's not something I can easily deny. But I certainly won't keep human slaves or beat her. I just need to give her time to see that for herself. The silence stretches on for so long that I startle when she finally speaks. She's tucked into herself on the corner of the bed, as far away from me as she can get. "What's your name?" Her eyes clear, focusing on me again. "Ross," I reply simply. She lifts her head from her knees, eyeing me. "Ross!" she echoes. Her voice is light and thin, matching her tiny, delicate stature. It's hard to believe that she's the same woman who tried to claw my eyes out a few minutes ago. "My name is Amelia," she offers. "Hello, Amelia," I say quietly, trying to make my voice as gentle and unthreatening as possible. She's still giving me a wary look, but I can sense her inner conflict. Amelia desperately wants to believe that I'm telling the truth. She's just scared. "Amelia, it's going to be okay," I add softly. She blinks at me in confusion, and there's another long, silent pause. Then, something seems to occur to her, and she scrambles up off the bed. "What about the other slaves?" she asks, and a tinge of panic is creeping back into her voice. "Even if I'm free to go with you, I can't just leave them behind. If you are as good as you say, you have to help them too." I shake my head sorrowfully. "We will, but I can't do it right now. Now that we know it's true, and the orcs are keeping humans here against their will, I must return to my base so that we can plan a rescue. We'll only bring extra risk to the humans if we rush carelessly." Something in her face shifts, and I can see as her carefully guarded mask slips away. She stares at me, looking overwhelmed, and then begins to cry. Her hands come up to cover her face, obviously still not comfortable enough to share all her raw emotions with me yet. That's okay because I'm not comfortable receiving them yet. A part of me thinks that I should be doing something to console her, but I don't know what. Humans have a tendency to cry. I have learned that. Their tears fall so much easier than orcs do. Strangely, it's not always a matter of sadness. They can cry out of frustration, anger, and joy as well. My mind searches, trying to imagine what Loki would do in this situation. But I can only picture him responding to Mary, which isn't the same thing at all. Mary and Loki are mates. To this human, I am a stranger. "It's okay," I finally repeat lamely, not knowing what else to say. "I don't dare approach her. I'm not sure that physical touch is appropriate for someone who isn't your mate, even if they are crying. Besides, I promised her that I would give her space, and I think that might only upset her more. She's skittish and easily set off, like a wild bird." "You're really going to help the rest of the slaves, too?" Her voice is muffled behind her hands, but I can make out the words. "Not me," I answer. "My clan. When I go back and tell them what's happening here, they'll come up with a plan to save them. We have some of the best orcs there are, highly skilled and excellent fighters. You don't want to be on the wrong side of the Burning Sun clan." She finally uncovers her face and begins to wipe her tears away. Taking a deep breath to center herself, she nods. Then she looks at me earnestly, and for the first time, that doubtful expression is gone. "What can I do to help?" "Stop attacking me for one," I tease her gently. She looks embarrassed and stiffens a bit, but it does distract her from the last few tears that threaten to leak out. "I stopped," she tries to defend herself. I chuckle. "I'm kidding," I reassure her. She relaxes a bit, but still faces me with that expectant look from before, genuinely waiting for direction. As if I have a list of tasks for her at this very moment, and she can check them all off now. This human woman comes in such a small package. Even compared to the women I know from my own clan, she outwardly appears to be so frail and delicate. She's tall enough, but very skinny. I don't know enough about humans to know if this is a sign of malnutrition and poor treatment, or simply her body type. But inside, she's a bundle of raw nerves and energy. She never quits, even though she looks as if she could be ready to break into two at any moment. I can't help but admire the way she fought against me, despite being so obviously outranked in strength and size. And now she finally has the chance to relax after a living nightmare. But she doesn't lay down to rest. Instead, she's gathering her strength to ask what the next battle will be. In fact, she practically vibrates as she waits for my response. I admire her spirit, and I understand that this reflects her strong will to live. Her previous circumstances required a constant fight. When it's an issue of life or death, you can't let that inner will become exhausted, or death comes next. It seems as if she's resolved to live forever. While I can appreciate her never-say-die attitude, I also know that true warriors need to learn how to conserve their strength. When times are good and you're in a safe space, like she finally is now, you must take advantage of it and rest while you can. No one can go forever, not even this tiny, spirited human. There will be time for fighting later, but now it is time to sleep. I kneel down on the bed, patting the blanket. Sleep. Sleep? She echoes. Her amber eyes look confused, as though she doesn't understand the word. It makes me chuckle again, to myself. For now, all we can do is rest. We'll leave tomorrow and the clan will decide what comes next. In the meantime, pretend as if I never said anything about this to you. We don't want to give anything away. She nods her understanding. In fact, I continue, better yet, pretend to be scared of me tomorrow when we leave. Inwardly, I wince, and it occurs to me that she may not need to pretend. Act like I've beat you or whatever these other orcs would do. She nods again, and then her gaze shifts to the bed. She seems to be pondering something. I quickly stand up, realizing what it is before she has to say a word. You take the bed, I offer. I'll sleep on the floor. But it's your bed, she argues. I shake my head forcefully, making it clear that I won't take any arguments. After a brief debate, she gives in, and we sleep undisturbed through the night. The next morning, I tie Amelia back up, apologizing as I do so. It makes my stomach turn, but I don't want to draw any unwanted attention. I must treat her as if she was a slave, at least for the moment. My team and I return to the carriage, Amelia following meekly behind us. She's doing her best to play the role, almost too good, I think. She avoids everyone's eyes, unlike the Spitfire that she was yesterday. The orc leader does not seem to notice, however, or perhaps he thinks her more submissive posture is thanks to me. In any case, he acts as though he doesn't see her at all. She is simply luggage to him, another thing to be loaded into the carriage. He bids us goodbye. We say our cordial farewells in return, though inside, I'm imagining what it would be like to burn this horrid place to the ground. But I just smile and wave, pretending to yank Amelia into the carriage behind me. The rest of my team files in, arranging themselves around on the hard wooden seats. Amelia sits stiffly beside me. Though she's adjusted somewhat to me, she isn't familiar with these new orc faces. She's polite, but clearly struggling to relax, and a bit distrusting. My orcs don't seem to mind, taking no more offense to it than I did yesterday. The carriage is small, but they do their best to scoot away and give her a little breathing room. She'll adjust, of that I'm certain. We wave goodbye through the window one last time, and then begin the journey home. I try to pretend like I don't see Amelia's terrified face, mostly because I don't know what to do about it anyway.
Chapter 5. Amelia. The carriage they're transporting me in has 3 large wooden benches. I sit beside the one called Roz on the seat furthest from the door. I'd be more comfortable if I was closer to the means of escape, but I suppose beggars can't be choosers. If they keep their word, what they've promised me is far better than where I've come from. So, I sit quietly and don't object to the placement, even if I'd like to. There are 3 other orcs travelling with us. There's some jockeying around as they claim their seats, and I can't help the little twinge of fear that springs up every time they get near. I suspect that they sense it, but to my surprise, all they do is position themselves as far away as possible, seemingly to make me feel better. There's a hesitant little hope in my heart that thinks maybe Roz was telling the truth, that these orcs are kinder than the ones I have known. Because at my old camp, showing fear was a surefire way to be dominated. These orcs don't seem to thrive off my pain the way the others did. Still, I'm not quite ready to trust them yet. I watch them all with a wary, guarded eye as they finally settle into their seats. 2 sit on the bench furthest from us, near the door. The third claims the bench seat in the middle, but positions himself to face Roz rather than me. As the carriage finally begins to roll away, Roz leans toward the window to watch. When we're a safe distance from the gates, he begins to pull off my bindings. Once I'm free, I carefully stretch, rubbing at the skin. Though to be honest, I wasn't wrapped all that tightly to begin. "This is Parod," Roz introduces, pointing to the orc in front of him. "That's Dul and that's Waruk." He gestures one at a time to the 2 on the far bench. "Orcs, this is Emilia." "Hello, Emilia," Waruk answers. He grins, and I try hard to conceal the grimace that comes in response. I think it's meant to be friendly, but even his smile is terrifying. I quickly find out that Waruk is the talker of the group. He keeps up a steady pace of conversation that is only rivaled by Roz. The other 2 chime in on occasion, but they're considerably less vocal. Many of their jokes and comments go over my head, and a lot of the time I have no idea what they're talking about. But it doesn't really matter because I'm content to listen quietly and observe. The thing that stands out the most is that none of the orcs express hostility towards me. They're unbothered to have me in their group. In fact, at the beginning, they frequently try to explain their conversation so that I can be included. When they notice that I'm not inclined to say much anyway, that begins to fade. But they're still polite, and maybe even friendly. The first stop is when I'm really shocked. We pull over for a bathroom break, and everyone files out of the carriage. Roz gestures for me to go ahead of him. Outside, the orcs all wander off. Roz starts to walk away as well, but pauses when he realises that I'm not moving. "Do you need to go?" he asks. "It might be a while before we stop again," he warns. I blink at him, confused. Do I follow you?" He gives me a strange look. "Don't humans pee in privacy?" he wonders out loud. "We do," I reply. "I guess I just thought—" I trail off, not sure how to say it. He lifts a hand as if to pat me on the back, and then thinks better of it and stops. "You're not a slave, remember? Do what you need to do." He walks away, and it takes me a minute to process through my shock. Am I really free? Never to be locked up again? I scamper off into the woods, finding my own private space to relieve myself. Then I hurry back to the carriage, not wanting to be left behind. And it startles me to realise I don't want to be left behind. A day ago, that would have been my wildest dream. But if Roz is telling the truth about this supposed Burning Sun clan, I know that I'm much safer with a community than without. I don't really want to wander the woods on my own, where I'll surely die sooner or later. I'd rather live in this place where humans can be teachers and cooks, if it actually exists. I'm starting to believe it. The carriage takes off again once we've all reconvened. I'm still a bit nervous, but I do start to open up a little more to the other orcs. They really seem to be trying to make me feel at home. Though it's difficult for me to trust them, I try my best to return the effort. Dull turns around, rummaging through something stashed behind his seat. When he turns back, he has a basket in his hands. He lifts out a large round bread roll and looks at me. "You hungry?" My mouth goes dry at the sight of it. As a captive, I never had enough to eat. It was a waste of money, I suppose, to keep us full. Anything that served a purpose beyond keeping us alive to do chores was considered too luxurious. In other words, I'm starving. The notion that they would share their rations with me, just like that, is overwhelming. All I can manage to do is nod, such a weak response for the joy that it brings me. He passes the basket over so that I can take one. I do, just one, and Warwick looks at me. You can have more, he points out gently. We have more food for later. I swallow, trying hard not to look too eager. I don't want to seem foolish, but I do grab a second roll before passing the basket onward. The trip ends up taking 3 days, which is more of the same. It turns out that they've packed specific rations for food, kept separate from the snacks that can be eaten whenever. Luckily, there's plenty of everything to include me in their plans. Whenever we stop, I don't have to answer to anyone. I'm not tied up or kept like a hostage. Roz is obviously the leader and calls the shots, but he gives me the same freedom as the orcs. I start to warm up to all of them, answering their questions and asking some of my own. They tell me all about their clan, and by our 3rd day of travel, I'm optimistic that it will be a wonderful place. In fact, my own soaring heart is the only thing that still gives me a twinge of fear. I've been disappointed enough times to worry that I'm building my hopes too high. I like all the orcs, who have been nothing but consistently kind to me. But I stick to Roz the closest. Maybe I trust him the most, because he was the first one that I talked to. Or perhaps it's because he's the orc that rescued me. But I don't think it's either of those things. Or at least, not just those things. I've gotten to know him better over the past few days, and there's something about him that I really like. He has a very serious, intelligent, and rational exterior. But there's a kindness inside of him that makes me feel like I'm safe when he's around. Like I can trust that he'd never want to see me hurt, because he has a good, caring heart. I never thought I could believe that about an orc, but I do. I watch him as he talks animatedly to the others. My heart is no longer scared of him, not even a little. Instead, I smile fondly as he chats, feeling grateful to know that I could trust him. He wasn't lying or taking advantage of me. He wasn't trying to gain my confidence to mistreat me. He's just a good orc. Roz meets my gaze. I look away, embarrassed to be caught, but it doesn't seem to faze him. Instead, he leans forward to speak quietly in my ear. We're getting close. I recognize some of the landmarks. How close? I ask, surprised by the eagerness of my own voice. Oh, 20 minutes or so, he offers with a shrug. Give or take. Do you really think the other orcs will be as nice to me as you all are? I can't help the little cloud of doubt that's starting to creep back in. Of course. Why wouldn't they? To me the answer seems obvious, but I decide to drop it. Do you know your orc leader well? Are you sure he'll accept me? Roz makes an indelicate snorting noise. I grew up with him. I've known Loki my whole life. Believe me, you're in. I keep telling you, we have lots of humans who live with us. I peer over his shoulder out the window, starting to fidget in my seat. I'm nervous, but giddy at the same time. After the way that this trip has worked out so well, I really think that this new clan might be everything Roz has promised. He seems to be an orc of his word. And then I catch sight of the gates and grab his arm excitedly. Is that it? Are we here? This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 6. Roz, is that it? Are we here? She asks, grabbing my arm. She looks as if she can't decide whether she wants to laugh or cry. She bounces up and down on the hard wooden seat, wriggling impatiently. Those are the gates. Yes, please, sit down until we stop moving, I remind her calmly. She does her best to stop squirming, her body going still beside mine. The only movement she makes is her fingers, squeezing a tight grip on my arm. The carriage finally slows to a halt. I climb out, waving for Amelia to follow me. I notice that she doesn't wince when she has to go past the other orcs anymore. In fact, she doesn't seem to react at all. I open the carriage door, stepping out, then hold my hand out to help her disembark as well. Through the open door, I lean my head back inside. I'm going to take her to Loki, I explain. You go on like normal. Get the goods unloaded and take the carriage and animals back to the stables. Yes, sir, Warwick replies with a playful salute. Normally, I'd assist my team in wrapping up these more boring details of the mission, but I have a more important priority right now. I shut the carriage door and watch as they trot off. Then I turn to face Amelia, who is staring with wide eyes, trying to take in all the sights and sounds. There's a handful of orcs and humans out, walking around, running errands, and tending to their business. No one gives us a second glance, so used to humans that nothing seems remarkable about her presence. There are also many buildings to see. I'm obviously used to them, but I pause and follow her gaze, realizing just how big it must seem from her point of view. She doesn't look scared, but she doesn't look happy either. It's something closer to lost. She's stiff, floundering uncertainly and trying to hide it behind her stone face once more. The way that she did when I met her. I feel a sharp stab of pity for her, but try not to think about it too much. It must be a lot for her to take in right now. She'll get used to it, I reassure myself. It's okay. Don't make a big deal. Come on, I urge her kindly, leading her toward Loki's office. The entire way, she doesn't say a word and moves almost as though she's sleepwalking beside me. We finally get there and I rap on the door to announce myself. Come in, Loki calls. I push open the door. Loki is sitting at his desk, his face turned away from the door. He spins toward us as we enter, and I realize he's not alone. Camille and Mary are here, which comes as a bit of a surprise to me. I hadn't anticipated that. They're lounging around casually, as if they just dropped in to say hi. It's not unheard of to find them here, especially Mary. She's Loki's maid, after all. But it's not common enough that I expected it, and it throws me off slightly. I momentarily forget my plans for introducing Amelia, who follows timidly behind me. It turns out that might be a good thing because Loki's stunned expression mirrors my own. He's flabbergasted at the sight of Amelia, but it quickly gives way as understanding dawns in his eyes. You mean... he begins, rising from his chair. But there's no time to explain. Amelia takes one look at Camille and Mary and bursts into tears. Loki and I lock eyes uncomfortably, neither of us quite sure what to do with this crying woman that we barely know. I can read his frantic expression well enough to know what he's saying wordlessly. Do something! I don't know how, I telepath back. But the brief flicker of annoyance beamed my way disappears almost as soon as it starts. Mary and Camille are already comforting her, their arms wrapped around her in a consoling hug. This is Loki, the chieftain of the Burning Sun clan, I introduce lamely. His mate Mary and her friend Camille. She came from the base you were checking out? Mary lifts her head long enough to see my nod of confirmation. She was a slave? She follows up briskly. I nod again. Let's take her to Bonnie, she instructs Camille, taking charge of the situation. Loki is too relieved to argue at having his position usurped. The women move, one to either side of her, and fold their arms protectively around her as they escort her out of the office. Their heads are bowed close together, and Camille seems to be quietly cooing some sort of reassurance in Amelia's ear. In the doorway, Mary hangs back long enough to give us one last, meaningful look. We'll leave you males to discuss business. Then she disappears, shutting the door behind her. Loki sinks back down into his seat, rubbing his face. Well, damn. Yup, I agree simply. He pulls his hands away, staring at me expectantly. All right, he sighs. Tell me everything. Briefly, I outline the points of our trip. That the base is in fact keeping humans as slaves, and the rumors are true. Not only did I manage to trade for Amelia, accidentally, but she's confirmed that there are others still being held. He presses on the sides of his temples, waiting until I am done. This whole thing gives me a headache, he complains. We can't be everybody's hero. What do you want to do? I ask quietly. He's the chieftain, not me. Ultimately, it's not up to me to decide. But I can't resist adding one last comment, steering him. Emilia wants to save them. Loki doesn't respond the way that I hoped. He just stares down at his desk, a mixture of fatigue and frustration evident on his face. We'll be hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. The herbs that we need are growing all over behind the base, tons of them. We could get a hefty supply. I dangle that out there, tantalizing him. It works. He perks up at the suggestion, suddenly interested. We get what we need for winter all in one stop? Yes, winter and then some. He leans back in his chair, thinking it over. Then he strokes his chin. Tell me more about the base. We talk for hours, kicking around possible plans. I offer everything that I know about the base, and we bounce various ideas off each other until a few begin to stick. I'm not a strategist, but I have the intel that he needs. Nothing is officially decided, but I can tell that Loki's beginning to lean Emilia's way. It makes me happy to think that I've persuaded him, because I don't like the idea of leaving the humans there to be slaves. I know there was a time when even the Burning Sun clan wouldn't have cared what happened to the humans, but things have changed recently. Loki will still have to discuss this with some of his other trusted advisors and friends. I'm not the right orc for tactical plans, but I'm confident many of them will have the same urgency that I do. So many of them are mated to humans at this point that it would be hard to expect anyone to turn a blind eye to this atrocity. That's enough to make me wonder briefly just why I care so much. I'm not mated to a human after all. Why am I pushing so hard to coax him into this? What difference does it make to me? I try not to pull at that thread too hard, deciding it's just because I feel as if I made a promise to Emilia. I told her that we'd do what we could, and I need to follow it through. I didn't inspire her trust in me by being a liar after all, and it's just the right thing to do. I don't have to be mated to a human to know that. Slavery is deplorable. Period. Not just for Emilia, for anyone. We're still deep in conversation when a knock comes at the door. Loki and I both freeze, turning toward the sound. Yes, Loki answers slowly. It's Mary, she calls in. Oh, come in, Loki calls, sounding relieved. Though I'm sure that Loki will be upfront with everyone before he declares any sort of attack on this base. There will be varying opinions on the matter. We'll need to drum up support first, and until then, we don't need random clan members catching wind of our plans. The door opens a crack, and she peeks her head in. I sit up straight in my chair, noticing that Emilia isn't with her. A flicker of concern creeps in, realizing that it's probably been several hours since Mary and Camille took her to see Bonnie. I hadn't even been paying attention, distracted by my deep conversation with Loki. Ross, can you come talk to Emilia? She says. Her tone is neutral, but it does little to dispel the worries that are beginning to crowd my mind. Yes, of course, I reply reflexively, not even having to think it over. Is something the matter? Did Bonnie find something wrong? Or is she still upset? I probably shouldn't have abandoned her with 2 strangers, especially in her obvious distress. Humans are more fragile and emotional than orcs, and she was clearly struggling with her reaction to coming here to the base. Inwardly, I chastise myself for being thoughtless even as I'm hurrying to my feet to follow Mary.
Chapter 7. Emilia. Until I met Roz, I never thought I'd be more comfortable in an orc's company than with humans. But Mary brings him to me, and I nearly give a sigh of relief when I see his familiar broad shoulders hulking in the doorway. Most of the day has gone well. Their human doctor attended to the various cuts and scrapes I picked up while in captivity, and the other humans are friendly, especially Mary and Camille. They've given me a tour of the grounds and introduced me to so many people it made my head spin. The base here is so much larger than the small settlement that I'm from. Everyone is kind, but I can't help but feel unsettled, as if something is just about to go wrong. I know it's not rational, but while part of me was smiling and chatting up my new friends, another part of me was waiting for a horde of orcs to smash through the front gates and set everything on fire, to drag me off by my hair. Is something wrong? Even in his chieftain's warm, brightly decorated house, there's a part of Roz that's on edge, constantly wary. Perhaps because he leads a caravan and has to stay alert at all times. It's strange, but his constantly scanning eyes allow me to relax. I shake my head. I have to bring some herbs back over to Bonnie's, so I'll just give you 2 a minute, Mary says. I can tell it's nothing more than an excuse to give us some privacy, because she leaves empty-handed, but I appreciate the gesture. She gives me a reassuring smile before she shuts the front door behind her. Before she left us alone, Mary set up some tea. I pour us both a cup, but neither of us drink it, and neither of us sit on one of the cosy, upholstered chairs. I run my finger along the edge of the delicate cup. It's beautiful. I wonder if Roz traded something for it during his travels. It's far nicer than any cups I've seen, at least in my settlement, where we made cups from the clay of the earth. Roz takes a small step closer. Has anyone said anything to upset you? No. Yes, but not in the way he thinks. No, nothing like that. Mary said you're leaving tomorrow. When I'd asked when he'd be back, Mary had told me that he was gone all the time. Leader of the merchant caravan, Roz would be away from the base more often than he was in it. I don't know why that bothers me so much, but I don't know anyone else here, and the thought of being left alone, it feels like I'm unmoored. Perhaps it's foolish to cling to Roz, but I trust him. I can't say the same thing for anyone else here, save the others who work on the caravan. Not yet, at least. He nods. Yes, I'll be leaving as the sun rises. Did you need something before then? A job? That shouldn't be an issue. I'll speak with Loki, but I'm sure Mary has something lined up for you if you'd like to work. There are plenty of jobs on base. There must be something suitable. There's everything from gardening to trimming the Hokin's hooves. No, I meant a job with you. The slight smile on his lips fades. Emilia. I know you're thinking I can't pull my own weight, but I promise I'll be useful. I can help you negotiate with humans better. I tilt my chin up. They'll trust you more if they see that I'm with you and unharmed. That isn't the argument I'd thought it would be. Roz just scoffs. My clan already has a good reputation for dealing with humans. I don't need to put you in danger in order to prove it. He frowns. And it would be dangerous. Every day we travel, and every day we risk running across hostile forces. You are much safer here, believe me. I might be safer, but I don't feel safer. Every time a random orc walks behind me, I nearly jump out of my skin. And every time I chat with another human, I'm reminded of all the people from my settlement who no longer have a voice at all. Of the slaves I left behind to suffer unspeakable things while I traipse around here. I can't stand it one more minute. I begin to pace. The small sitting room has some sort of instrument along the wall, and I run my fingers along the strings. Discordant music screeches through the room, reflecting my mood. I tear my hands away. They're shaking. I bite my lip. I don't want to stay here. Roz looks baffled. Most humans would be thrilled to live here. Just ask Camille or Mary or... Camille and Mary are great. They really are. I can't find any fault with them, and for some reason I've tried. I cross my arms over my chest, well aware that I'm sounding more like a toddler than a grown woman. I can't stop. There's a quiet panic thrumming in my blood at the thought of being left alone. But I don't know them. I know you, and the others on the caravan. I'm not sure if you're aware, Roz says, voice dry. But you could introduce yourself to people. You don't have to remain strangers for all eternity. You might even make a few friends. What can I even do here, anyway? You said gardening. I don't know anything about gardens, or trimming hock-in hooves, which sounds disgusting, by the way, or anything else. What could I even do here? Roz is unfazed by my rising voice and nervous, shaking limbs. He studies me calmly before he finally speaks. What did you do in your old settlement before the orcs came? I was happy. Memories of picking flowers in the meadows and helping the elders gather sticks for a bonfire slam into me at full speed. My eyes water, and his image blurs. Maybe that's why I can't stay here. Every second in this base, I'm expecting some outside force to rip it away. I feel safer on the move. I feel safer with Roz. Roz. Do you have any idea how many times I've had robbers try to slit my throat in the dead of night to steal my merchandise? How many times I've been ambushed? Caravans are a target. It's like being a rabbit in a den of wolves. Why would you want that for yourself? Why would you? I snap. I don't like thinking of him in danger. I can protect myself, he says. My flare of temper doesn't irritate him in the least. I'm reminded of that first night I met him, when I tried to attack him and he just took it in stride. The same smile stretches his face. Does anything ruffle him? Everyone I'm with can protect themselves. He gives me a pointed look. I can protect myself? I rub my arms. The bruises from the orcs are fading, but still tender. And I'm not afraid of danger, not if I'm with you. Who knows? Maybe I'll be the one protecting you. He doesn't laugh at that last bit like I thought he might. My heart sinks to my stomach. He's going to say no, I can tell. Roz's frown deepens, and he rubs a hand over his face as he sighs. I'll think about it. My face breaks out into a smile. I said think about it, he warns. Not get packing. There's a lot to think about. Well, you should get started then. You don't have very long to think, I say, just to be a stubborn brat about it. But it makes his lips twitch away from the frown for a moment, and it helps my heart feel lighter. Thank you. He inclines his head. Have you eaten yet? I should have. Mary had offered so much food it almost made me dizzy. Fresh berries and dried jerky, nuts and vegetables and fruit, soup and bread and meat, all smelling delicious. I'd refused them all. My stomach had been in ruins, just thinking about staying here alone. But now I feel much steadier, and my stomach growls as if on cue. Not yet. So I hear, he says as my stomach growls again. I take a sip of the tea I poured just to get something in my stomach and ease my embarrassment. It's lukewarm and minty. I regret not taking some earlier when it was still hot. Then Roz's stomach roars, and we both laugh. I take it you haven't eaten either. Roz hums a bit in acknowledgement, before walking over to the instrument and plucking at the strings. It's a simple melody, but sweet, lilting. His eyes flash at me, mischievous, and I realise he's showing off. That was beautiful. Did you learn that on the caravan? Possibly. I have my talents. He stares at me for a moment. I can't read the expression on his face, but I look at his eyes for longer than I probably should. They're lovelier than I realised, bright green tinged with the red of a setting sun. Have dinner with me. It's just dinner. I don't know why the thought of sharing a meal together makes my chest warm and my cheeks heat, but I have to look at my feet just to gather myself before I start to look foolish. Dinner, I agree, and hopefully breakfast too.
Chapter 8. Roz. Once we ran into a hostile orc enclave. The caravan was destroyed. It took me months to rebuild it, and several of my men were out twice as long from their injuries. But everyone survived? Amelia chews her roll thoughtfully. Sounds like you're a competent leader. Someone to lean on in a crisis. My attempts to persuade her are failing miserably. She's almost unbearably stubborn. It's as though nothing I say can make her change her mind. It doesn't help that there's some small, foolish part of me that wants her to come along. She presses her shoe against mine beneath the table and grins. I can't help but smile back. After everything she's been through, it's nice to see her at ease. She'd been so tense when I saw her at Loki's house. I don't know how to help her understand that she's safe here on base, even without me. Maybe because I don't understand why she thinks she needs me, of all people, to protect her. I'm serious, Amelia. Traveling isn't pleasant. There is no regular laundry, and baths are cold dips in random rivers and streams. Enemies can jump out of the woodwork at any given time, so you can never let your guard down. Not at night, not in the bath, not... Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Even when we reach settlements, we can still be in danger. I've had an entire orc base try to rob us before. It nearly started a war. I get it, she says impatiently before shoving another forkful of roast chicken in her mouth. She swallows with an ecstatic expression on her face so pure that I have to look at another table. I'm glad the canteen is mostly empty, so no one can see how flustered I am just watching her eat. The food here is amazing. The kitchens are well run, I agree. Unlike on the caravan, where we eat. Oh, shove it! There's nothing you're going to say that will make me change my mind, and you know it. If it's that awful and dangerous, why do you do it? You said there's plenty of jobs on base. Surely there's something else you could do instead if you wanted. That brings me up short. I'm good at it. Traveling or fighting? Both, I admit, and I like traveling. I like to see new places and bring goods home that we would never see otherwise. I've seen beaches you wouldn't believe, and swamps with monstrous reptiles who had teeth larger than my hand, and mountains far to the north. Snow, if you can believe it. A few times. Her eyes shine. I've always wanted to see the world. Would you believe before all this that I'd never once left my settlement? I used to wait days for the merchants to arrive just so I could ask them what else is out there. I can't imagine being confined to one place, no matter how safe. And I can't imagine how it must have felt for her to finally leave her home, only to be shoved in the back of a slave caravan. But it's still not safe for her to go. Mary could tell you all about the library. I don't want to read about the world, she says, shaking her head. Not only, I want to see it for myself like you have. I'm sure you'll get the chance. When? She demands. When would I have a chance, if not with you? Tell me, what's the strangest place you've ever been? Here. She laughs. No, I swear it. You've got Vala running around with his antique human-made glasses, which, I will tell you in confidence, he doesn't even need. Most of our elders are married to humans, which was quite a scandal when it first started, at least around the orcs from outside. Our chieftain and his brother fight more than a pair of cats, and yet they do not challenge either to draw first blood. This place is nothing like any orc base I've ever seen. And you like it? I love it. Her smile turns wistful. So why do you leave? Someone has to, and I'm good at it, I say. And yes, I like it. Is the beach far from here? Yes. We only found it because we got so turned around during a storm. We couldn't navigate with the stars, and our compass was damaged. Usually the Hokeens know the routes well, but I think maybe they wanted a little adventure too. What was it like? Loud. I still remember how the waves crashed upon the shore. Beautiful, enormous. I couldn't see where the water ended. It just reached out and out and out until it blended with the sky. And there were these white birds. They dove into the water from up high and scooped up fish with their talons. I still don't know how they could see them from that far up. I'd love to see it for myself one day. Her words startle me back to myself. Yes, well, there were also orcs lurking just behind the sand dunes. I couldn't enjoy the beach until we'd cut them all down where they stood. They didn't even ask from where we hailed before they started shooting arrows at us. At least it wasn't boring. And then one of my men nearly drowned because he'd never swum in such open water before. I nearly died trying to pull him ashore. I make a face. The water there tastes like salt, and it's violent. It doesn't just sit calmly, like a lake, or rush past, like a river. It attacks, pounding the ground until the dirt is worn down into sand. And the snow? There was no snow on the beach, I say. No, I mean, what was the snow like for you? I can't imagine having never seen it. It practically never left my settlement. I used to love the first snowfall, but everything after that? She scrunched up her nose. It got old very fast. Ah, well, it was cold. Much colder than I'm used to. My shoes weren't made for it, and we had to wrap our feet to keep them from freezing. The Hokan struggled through it, because it piles up so high like white, cold mud. At night we made camp, and in the morning we had to dig ourselves out of the cave we'd found. The snow had piled up to my waist. And the mountains? She asks questions endlessly, and I can't help but answer. There's nothing I love to talk about more than my travels. I pepper in every anecdote with all the dangers I faced, but Amelia doesn't seem swayed. Finally, as our food grows cold and the canteen empties even more for the night, I ask about her. What was your settlement like? Small. The gleam in her eyes dulls. Very small and very cold. No beach. Just enough mountains to block us in. They were beautiful, but no one in our settlement ventured there except the hunters. Anyway, I heard the ocean fish taste better. Is that true? I prefer them, I say. I wanted to bring more back, but there was no way we could keep them fresh. I'd like to try smoking some next time and see if those keep. Did you eat fish often where you're from? She smiles, but every question I ask, she deflects. She doesn't want to talk about her family or her home. I suppose, given the circumstances, that I can't blame her. But I still find myself strangely greedy for anything I can learn about her. I see how she loves bread and chicken, but is not such a fan of broccoli. She loves adventure and dreams of the beach. I want to take her there, but that's madness. She has to stay here. I have to find a way to convince her somehow. Maybe if I delay my travels just for a bit. A day, maybe 2. I could help her get adjusted to the base. Surely once she sees how comfortable life can be, she won't want to face danger every day at my side. Mary will show her around tomorrow and she'll make friends. An uneasy feeling snakes around my gut at the thought, but I ignore it. I'm not staying around just to spend time with her. I'm just doing a good deed. She's been through so much, I just want her to be happy and safe. Did I tell you about the time a bear slashed through our caravan and stole barrels of honey? He left a trail of it all the way down the hills. I tell her all about fighting a bear for honey and losing, and she laughs. Eventually, I forget all about trying to talk her out of joining me, and just share all the best tales from my travels. I don't talk about them much, because most of the people I speak with regularly were there too. And it's not like Loki or any of the elders care about more than what I procured. The hows are a topic left alone, unless it affects the entire clan. It's nice, I realize, to talk like this with someone. We speak until the sun sets far in the sky, and I realize with a start that the canteen is closing for the night. Sorry, she says. I didn't mean to keep you so late. We have to be ready to go early, right? Her face shudders closed. I meant what I said. I don't want to stay here. What could one more day at base hurt? I'm not leaving tomorrow. Mary must have had her dates confused. At her elated expression, I raise a finger. But I am leaving, and you are staying here. I mean what I say, but Amelia just smiles like she knows something I don't.
Chapter 9. Amelia. The next day, Mary takes me on a tour of the base. There's a lot to see, and I barely took anything in yesterday. I was too nervous to really engage and look around, and we had to see Loki anyway. Today, I'm feeling a bit more relaxed, which makes it a great time to visit my new surroundings. Mary knows the base backwards and forwards, so she's an excellent guide. Plus, she's very friendly, and I feel comfortable with her. The first place she takes me is a little outside the main part of the base. It's a short walk, but a bit less crowded. Everything seems more open here, with several big patches of grass and lawns. "This is the playground," Mary says, gesturing to one particularly large field. "It's empty right now because the kids are in school. There's a smaller playground just behind the school as well." It's a simple thing, but it really touches my heart. The idea of the children getting to play happily together on swings and slides makes me smile. Life can be so violent, but this feels so ordinary and pleasant. We walk a bit further, and Mary shows me the school that she had just mentioned. The orphanage is nearby as well, a strategic choice that makes sure the most important things in the life of a child are as accessible as possible. There's also an open field for sports, races, and other games across from the school. Then Mary leads me back toward the centre of the base. On the way, I notice that the pathways are slowly getting more crowded by orcs and humans out and about for the day. There's more hustle and bustle, and it's clear that we're nearing the hub of the base. Everyone knows Mary, but I guess that's not surprising. She's mated with the chieftain, after all. I start to feel like I'm accompanying a famous person. Mary's very friendly and polite, though, making sure to introduce me to the many tribal members that stop to chat with her. My head swims a bit with all the names, and I know I won't remember many of them later. Still, it's nice to see how friendly everyone seems to be. No one looks at me suspiciously, helping me feel right at home. After several stops and much chatting, we arrive at the training centre. Big, muscular orcs stream in and out of the doors steadily. She explains that it's a place for the orcs to work on their strength, but the information is largely unnecessary. Watching the orcs who leave, sweaty and flushed, shows me exactly what kind of a place it is. We don't stick around there long. It's not exactly a place that's high on either of our lists. She giggles a little at the idea of us going inside, but more seriously, she does add that I'll want to remember where it is. "You'd be surprised how much time the guys spend in here," she warns, rolling her eyes. "If you need to find someone and you're starting to feel like they disappeared from existence altogether, come here. That's where they'll be." I nod, already surprised by how many orcs are hanging out here. I don't think she's kidding. We walk around an attractive square, a comfortable outdoor space with stone floors. Pretty flowers are planted around the perimeter, and even some big, shady trees are carefully arranged. Benches are scattered strategically, offering seating for anyone who wants to hang out here as a social area. There are only a few orcs here now, but I can imagine that certain times of day, it's probably a pleasant place to be. "Sometimes we have parties and festivals here as well," Mary explains. It's so hard for me to wrap my head around the fact that I'm at a place that has parties at all. But I just nod mutely, not sure how to express my bewilderment. The next section of base consists of rows of business buildings. There are several storefronts, a bar and a restaurant. Mary tries to explain some of the jobs that I could get here on the base, positive that Camille could give me a job at the canteen. It turns out that Camille, who I met yesterday with Mary, owns the little restaurant. "You sound like Roz," I complain. "I want to be on the caravan." Mary shakes her head. "It's really not a job for a woman," she argues. "Why not?" I demand. "Are women not allowed to go?" She hesitates, looking conflicted. "Well, it's not that they aren't allowed. I mean, there isn't a rule. It's just..." "Just what?" "It's dangerous, Emilia. It's not just riding around on a wagon telling stories, you know. You can encounter lots of dangers that you won't have to worry about on base. Thieves, enemy orcs." I cross my arms stubbornly. "But I want the adventure," I say. "I didn't survive this long to be too scared to leave the base. I've seen plenty of horrible things. I'm not worried. Besides, Roz's team knows what they're doing. They'll teach me how to handle those kinds of things." Mary sighs, eyeing me. Then she tamps down her frustration, shaking her head again. "Fine, I give up," she remarks. "I'm never going to talk you out of this, am I? Let's at least go meet the other women." She links her arm through mine, dragging me over to the canteen door. Holding open the door, she gestures for me to go inside first. It's a cheery-looking place. Inside there are more tables than I would have guessed from the outside. If it has this many tables, it must get busy at times. Right now, however, the crowd is sparse. A few orcs hang out in random pairs, scattered around the edges of the room. Most of the customers are a group of women, seated at several tables pushed together in the centre of the room. Some of them have small babies and children with them. Camille waves happily at us from behind the counter, but she's too busy working to offer any further acknowledgement. Mary leads me confidently to the group and begins making introductions. Brenna is a pretty girl with auburn hair. I don't notice the telltale bulge that reveals her pregnancy right away because her stomach is concealed by the table. It isn't until she pushes her chair back to go talk to Camille at the counter that I see it. Vera is standing, rocking her body back and forth to keep the sleeping baby in her arms quiet. But she flashes me a friendly smile and begins chatting right away. She doesn't seem concerned that the noise will wake the baby. Hera, a tall, strong-looking woman, is quieter than the others. Her attention is focused on the little boy that Mary introduces as her son, Asher. Asher talks a mile a minute to Hera, but she doesn't seem to mind, perhaps relieved, if it means she gets to listen rather than talk herself. All the women are very nice, but Carissa is the sweetest of all. She attaches herself to my side, asking me tons of friendly questions about myself. It never feels like she is prying, but I never seem to run out of answers for her questions. It takes a lot of the stress out of meeting so many new people. Usually, I would be worried that I am talking too much, or not enough. I would be aware of the pauses in conversation, wondering if I seem awkward or unlikable. But with Carissa leading the conversation so skillfully, I don't even have time to think about it. The words just flow out easily in response, and before I know it, an hour has gone by. Camille has joined us by now, standing at the edge of the table so that she can scurry off whenever another customer needs her. But it's a slow time of day, so she can spend most of her time with us. We're all giggling at a story she is telling about Irish trying to cook dinner for her son Forrest when I happen to look out the window. The front of the restaurant has large paned windows that offer a clear view of the street. I just happen to notice that Roz is standing there. At first, I smile at the sight of him, wondering if he's there for me. Maybe he's come to agree that I can go on the caravan with them. The smile freezes on my face, faltering slightly as I continue to watch. He's not there for me at all, which I suppose should have been obvious from the start. How would he even know that I was there after all? He's deep in conversation with a woman. I can't help but wonder who she is, and it occurs to me that I don't really know much about Roz at all. Whoever she is, they seem to be close. It's obviously not just a few brief sentences passing between them, like she is a stranger seeking directions. They continue to talk, animated and clearly interested in whatever it is they're discussing, for several minutes as I watch. I try hard to force the smile to stay, not wanting to look upset. I'm not upset, of course. That would be bizarre. It's not as if I own him, and he can talk to whoever he wants. For all I know, she's a significant person in his life. I barely know him. Still, I kind of wish I knew who she was. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 10. Emilia. Camille laughs, bumping her elbow against my shoulder gently. I'm so busy staring out the window at Roz and the strange woman that I didn't even notice that Camille was beside me. I jump, startled, and then instantly blush to be caught spying. You like Roz, Camille declares, a hint of playful teasing in her voice. Her smile is friendly, not hostile, but I still stiffen in my chair uncomfortably. I do not, I retort, feeling childish even as the words come out. Everyone else at the table is starting to turn to us, their attention piqued. I flush a deeper shade, staring awkwardly down at the table where I don't have to meet their eyes. You like Roz? Carissa repeats curiously. I do not, I insist, more vehemently this time. The tone of my voice surprises even me. I don't, I try again, paying special attention to keeping my voice level and calm. I finally lift my gaze to find the women staring at me with various levels of disbelief in their eyes. I just like him as a friend, I offer, feeling the need to defend myself. Not like that. But he was really nice to me, so I like him in the regular way. Camille laughs again, looking around the table knowingly. That's the way it always starts, she declares. The girls begin to giggle along with her, as if it's a private joke everyone but me understands. I fold my arms across my chest. I'm not upset, really. They're not being mean, just silly. But the idea irks me for some reason, though I can't explain why. Of course I like the orc who saved me from slavery. It doesn't mean I'm going to have his baby. Camille pulls up a chair from a nearby table. Turning it backwards, she edges her way into the group and drops to sit beside me. Roz is a catch, she says seriously. Tons of girls on the base would love to make him their mate. He's worth considering, Emilia. Don't be embarrassed about that. I glance out the window at Roz and the stranger. Obviously, I mutter. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice Mary smirking. Orcs make great mates, Vera chimes in, as if she's pleading a case for Roz. I can't help but wonder who she's trying to convince, because Roz hasn't shown the slightest bit of interest in me that way. Around the table, there are various murmurs of agreement. Clearly, none of these women harbour any regret about choosing an orc for their life partner. For the first time, I can't help but at least acknowledge the idea, wondering to myself if it's as wonderful as they say. The orcs that I knew before this were cruel, making me think that all orcs were that way. It had never occurred to me to picture a friendship, much less mating, with an orc. Meeting Roz and experiencing his kindness has at least shown me that orcs are more varied than I had ever believed. I can see how mating with someone like Roz would be a good thing. Not, of course, that I'm actually considering this. I only like him as a friend. But if the other women have picked mates half as good as Roz, I understand why they sing such high praise for the idea. I take advantage of the moment to shift the conversation off me and Roz. What are your mates like? I ask. This turns out to be a great idea. The women quickly forget all about their teasing, eager to brag about their partners and share their stories. Vera goes first, telling me that she was pregnant with another orc's baby when Jorgen stepped in to assume responsibility for them both. Her eyes shine as she details what a good father he is and a caring provider. Brenna laughs a lot as she describes how Vala pursued her relentlessly, despite her best efforts to avoid him. He was a playboy, but secretly had an inner softness that she didn't notice at first. As they got to know each other, they both realised how much they belonged together, and Vala quickly changed his philandering ways. Hera's story is exciting and daring, of how an accident brought her onto the base. She suffered from amnesia for a long time, but Xenon was there by her side, caring for her. I can sense that she's choosing her words carefully, a bit less open and talkative than the other women. This shocks me, because if I had such an exciting tale, I'd be telling it to anyone I could get to listen. Mary, it turns out, was Loki's assistant. Working closely together every day gave them the opportunity to bond, though at first it was a secret relationship. Since Loki was the chieftain, not everyone would have approved of their mating. But that was a long time ago, she adds. Humans were still new to the base, and everything was changing. We're a lot more accepted by basically everyone these days. Camille brings over several big platters of food as everyone talks, clearly enjoying getting to play hostess with her friends. I suppose if I owned a restaurant, I'd do the same. It would be nice to have the opportunity to take care of others, especially after needing them to take care of me. Finally, she gets a chance to share her story. She and Irish were the groundbreaking pair, the first orc-human mates in the Burning Sun clan. He had a rare bloodline illness, and she inadvertently found the cure, an herb that she had ingested just before they met. It's an interesting story that makes me think about fate, how unlikely they'd come together under such a bizarre chain of circumstances. And yet, so much changed because of that one meeting. I'm quietly mulling over this when she interrupts my thoughts. Snag Roz while you're travelling in the caravan with him, Camille advises with a wink. Darn, I thought I had gotten them off that topic. The girls all begin to chime in with their agreement, offering me various advice on how I can use the time with him to get to know him better. They're so eager to pair us up that it's almost comical. But I can't help but burst their fantasies with one critical reminder. He hasn't even agreed to let me join the caravan with him, I point out. I keep asking, but he says it's too dangerous. I might not even get to go. Mary looks conflicted, and I know that she's remembering just a few hours ago she was on his side. Now that she's listening to the women chat about what a great chance it is for us to bond, she's torn. She wants me to stay here at the base where it's safe, but she also loves the idea of pushing me and Roz together. He spends so much time on the road that the most likely way for that to happen is if I tag along. Mary's quiet, still trying to decide. The other girls, however, are not dissuaded. They've latched onto the prospect like a wild animal to a hunk of meat. You can convince him, Vera declares. Roz is a softie inside. They all are, under their big green skin. He loves Camille's biscuits, Carissa pipes up. The fastest way to an orc's heart is their stomach. That's true, Camille agrees, on both counts. So what? I just give him some biscuits? I can't believe I'm even discussing this, but if it'll help get me on that caravan, I'll do anything. I don't care if the girls help me plead my case, because they think it'll inspire a romance between me and Roz. No, Brenna replies. Tell him that Camille taught you how to make them. Pretend like they're from you. If he thinks you can cook like Camille, now you have a job in the caravan. Those poor orcs never get a good meal when they're out travelling, and that's why they need you. She winks. Everyone else lights up at the idea, quick to agree that it's the perfect plan. They say that Roz is a very serious, smart orc, and a rational argument is the only thing that will work on him. Telling him that I want to go isn't enough. It's an emotional plea, which is why he isn't listening. That all makes sense, and I can see their point. He has no obligation to invite me along just because I ask. I have to prove my worth. But I'm not entirely convinced this plan is without fail. Isn't he going to realise out on the road just what kind of a cook I am? Still, everyone's so excited that I can't help but catch their enthusiasm. The more that I think it over, the more I sell myself on the idea. I might not be as good of a cook as Camille, restaurant owner, but I'm not bad. Probably better than the males in the caravan. Brenna has a point. They're part of Roz's team because they're strong and tough. I'm never going to convince Roz that I'm as strong as them, so I need to find another reason why I belong there. Cooking could be my ticket in. They go away for long periods of time, and they deserve good, warm meals while they're out there. That's certainly something that I can do. And then, when Roz sees how useful I am, he'll be much easier to persuade. I just have to paint the picture for him, and let it go from there.
Chapter 11. Ross. I stuff the last of my belongings into my bag and toss it next to the door. My meal sits on the sill of my window, left there to cool after one of Camille's cooks came around to drop it off to me before making their rounds to the others not joining the canteen's usual crowd. I run my hand over my braids and fix them back over my shoulder. It seems that I've been quick with my packing, which is unusual for me. Typically, when coming back to the clan, I take my time getting my things in order and making the extra steps to keep everything as organized as possible. But for some reason, there's an unsettled feeling weighing on my shoulders. I know what it's about, but I don't want to acknowledge it for fear that if I do so, I might actually leave my home to go and search for the beacon that seems to call to me from beyond the other side of the camp. I noticed on my way back from Loki's that Amelia had seemed like she'd been making friends at the canteen. It makes me happy for her, seeing her sitting amongst the other human females and talking with them with animated expressions. All of them clearly were glad to have her around, if their excitable energy was anything to go by. It makes me happy. I want her to feel welcomed here, even with me gone. There's no telling how long I'll be on the road for, especially since we're due east come morning. I sigh to myself and run my hands through my braids again. I should say goodbye to her before I leave. It'd be the proper thing to do since I brought her all the way here. She's warming up well to the clan, but I'm still the most familiar face she knows. It would be wrong of me to leave without any word on my end. A knock at my front door has me turning around and heading out into the hallway. I raise my brow, seeing the figure dance outside of the opaque glass. Did one of the cooks forget to give me something? I pull the door open, shocked to see it's actually Amelia on my doorstep. She smiles up at me. Her beautiful amber eyes twinkle under the small light I have fixed right above my doorframe. Hey! Hooked over her arm is a wicker basket with a cloth over the top. I tilt my head curiously at it and nod for her to come in. Everything okay? Oh, yes, she says as she steps inside. I just, wanted to drop this off for you. I close the door behind her and lead her deeper into my house. It's a modest size and not anything to really get up in arms about, but it's spacious enough for me to move around comfortably with another person inside. What is it? Amelia pulls the cloth back and the buttery aroma of freshly baked biscuits fills the hallway. It instantly makes my mouth water. Biscuits from the canteen. I made them. I try to smother my smile, but I know that it's stretching my cheeks painfully. Amelia. Yes? Has anyone ever told you that you're a horrid liar? Her shoulders deflate. In my defense, Camille told me to take the credit. I chuckle and scoop the basket off her arm. Unfortunately, I'd know Camille's baking from anywhere. I breathe in the flaky pastries, especially her biscuits. Amelia mumbles. I can't help it. I laugh. They smell wonderful. Amelia's lips purse up into a slow smile. Yeah? I nod and flip the cloth back over them, keeping them nice and warm inside of my cool home. Would you like to eat with me? One of Camille's cooks brought me 2 helpings. I think they thought I'd be starving from my travels. She laughs softly, her eyes crinkling in the corners as she does so. I can't help but marvel at how beautiful she looks with a smile on her face. I'd noticed it when we'd been traveling back here, but seeing her so relaxed in my space is doing things to my head. I would love to, Ross. Thank you. My name rolling off her tongue sounds almost musical in a way, and much more erotic than I thought it would. I ignore the burning in my gut and head back towards my dining room where I set the basket down. I pull out a seat for Amelia and get her comfortable before heading back to my room and grabbing the plate of food. She's quietly waiting for me when I come back and perks up when I set the plate down in front of her. I move around the table and into my kitchen, grabbing an extra plate and a set of utensils. Typically, I eat with my hands, but I know from experience that humans tend to like eating with cutlery. I set both down in front of her and divvy up our portions, giving us both 2 biscuits each before sitting down across from her on the other side of the table. By now, I'm starving. My travels really haven't caught up with me. I eat a few bites before I notice that Amelia is pushing her food around on her plate without actually eating any of it. I slowly set one of the gallus drumsticks down and take her in. She looks upset for some reason. Amelia? Her eyes glance up at me, a frown working its way onto her face. What's wrong? You don't like the food? She sighs. No, it's not that. She pushes her plate away, though, and leans her arms on top of the table. I push my own away as well. Then, what's wrong? You haven't given me an answer yet. 2? Traveling with you. I want to sigh. This again. I really thought Mary would have talked her out of this by now, or any of the other females she'd been spending time with in the canteen. They were all content with living inside of the boundaries of Burning Sun. They were safe here. I should have known that Amelia wouldn't be as easy to convince, judging by our interaction when we'd first met each other. She was a Spitfire then, and she continues to be proving that image of herself in my mind the more I spend time with her. I can cook for you, she leans forward. Or fetch water or clean your and the other orcs' laundry when we stop by a river. Please, Roz. Please let me come with you. I'll do anything you want me to. My stomach flips at the offer. I know it's not what she intends, but the way her amber eyes shimmer in the light overhead gives her a much more sultry look than I think she means. Amelia is rather beautiful, even from an objective standpoint, which of course my body agrees with. I ignore the rising desire inside of myself and lace my hands together on top of the table. I will tell you I was thinking about taking a human along with us, but a male, only because they're less likely to be taken by other bandits and sold off. Amelia's face falters for a brief moment. I know I've hit a nerve and I don't intend to, but it is the truth. I want her to be prepared for what we may face out there if she really does end up coming with us. I'll keep it in mind if we ever get attacked while you're gone, she says. That the men will probably be safe from bandits. I hold back my comment. I know she will. She's smart and obviously capable of doing whatever it takes to defend herself. I just worry that it won't be enough, especially against another male who can easily overpower her, like the orcs who enslaved her to begin with. But I can't police her like I actually want to. I meant it when I told her that she's free to do as she pleases. Even if it'll kill me to let her come with us. I want her to feel happy and safe, and I understand if she doesn't feel that way on the base, even if I want nothing more than for her to be far away from the kind of orcs that I deal with. And I might want her to stay by my side. All right, I finally say. You'll need to pack for dawn. Me. Really? She interrupts me, jumping up from her chair. I blink, leaning back in my own chair away from the table. Yes. Isn't that what you... I don't get to finish my sentence because the second I say yes, Amelia is bounding over to me and throwing her arms around my neck. She practically folds herself into my lap and squeezes my face against her shoulder. Thank you. I feel her entire body vibrating against mine. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I grab her by her hips, balancing her better in my lap so that she doesn't fall onto the floor. My body responds immediately, warming at being able to touch her like this without her screams of terror. I force myself not to squeeze at her curves, knowing that that's obviously the last thing she wants from me. Amelia pulls back and cups my face in her hands. Her grin is wide enough to squint her eyes as she looks at me. I know that my skin must be burning against her hands because it certainly feels that way on my end. I'm so excited. I won't let you down. Whatever you need from me, I'll do it. I mean it. Cooking, cleaning, you name it. I choke out a laugh. She's so charming, even though I know she doesn't mean to be. Carefully, I pull her off of my lap and set her back down onto her feet. I'm embarrassingly hard. I slowly get up from my chair, keeping my hips pressed against the table in order to save her from seeing my arousal. I believe this calls for a toast and celebration. Emilia claps her hands together. Okay. I force my smile to remain as neutral as possible while heading into the kitchen.
Chapter 12. Emilia. It turns out that the bottle of wine Roz mentions is a special one from Vala's personal collection. I smile when he pops the cork and pours us both a healthy glass full of the dark liquid. I'm not much of a drinker, never have been since I was taken at a young age and forced into slavery soon after. And it wasn't like the orcs were raring to spare us any liquor while we were down in the cells. I swirl the liquid inside of my glass, taking my place on one of the couches in Roz's living room. His house is cosy and has an inviting aura to it, something that I'm sure has to do mostly with his personality and not inherently with his decorating skills. He sits next to me, taking up a rather large portion of the couch and causing the cushions to dip slightly in his direction. I don't bother correcting my posture and simply let myself sink closer to him. We're not exactly touching, but if I move even an inch over, our legs would be pressed up against each other. How is it? I quickly put the rim up to my mouth and take a small sip. The liquid is tangy against my tongue, more bitter than I'm expecting. It isn't unpleasant though, and I tilt the glass back for some more. Roz lets out a soft laugh, causing me to look over the rim at him. He really is handsome, this up close. His strong jaw and cut cheekbones stand out more in the shadows caused by the dim lighting in here. It almost gives him a soft and romantic look that makes me want to stare at him longer. He tilts his head at me curiously, his long lashes fanning over those large green and red eyes of his. What? I shake my head, gripping the stem of my glass in my hands. Nothing. Tastes nice. He lifts his own glass and examines the liquid inside, throwing an arm over the back of the couch as he does so. Vala told me it's supposed to drink smoothly. I nod as if knowing what that means. I wonder if I was more experienced in this area, if it might impress him more. I suppose I could fake it, but I have a feeling that Roz is more shrewd than he initially comes across. He easily spotted my lie about the biscuits with barely any digging after all. A quietness hangs over us, making me feel more self-conscious than I know it should. Roz's peaceful nature should be comforting. It usually is. But for some reason right now it only makes me antsy. He already agreed to let me go with him on his travels, so what is my problem? I down more of the wine, letting it soak into my bones and warm me from the inside. It is rather good once I'm able to get past the bitterness. It's as smooth as he, and I guess Vala by extension claims it to be. Tell me something, Emilia. I recline back into the couch and turn my head to look at him. What do you hope to see on our travels? I know you've already mentioned the beaches and the mountain ranges. I think for a moment, letting my garbled thoughts slowly piece together. You mentioned so many things about the places you've been, what you've seen of the other civilizations out there. I want to see them too. What, other clans? I shake my head. Anything, Roz. I want to see it all. I meant it when I said it the first time. I want to see all of the different wares you trade for, every bazaar or back alley that you trade in. I want to see all of the different beings that exist. My grandpa, he... Suddenly my throat seizes, grief overtaking me. It surprises me, honestly. I haven't been choked up over my family in so long. I've gotten good at burying my feelings until the memories are simply pictures inside of my mind that play in an ever-revolving loop. Emilia. I swallow back my feelings, trying to clear my blurry vision. Sorry. I feel the cushions next to me shift. A large hand comes down to rest on my shoulder, squeezing it reassuringly. The heat of Roz's skin burns through my clothes, lighting me up from the inside. I want to lean over and burrow myself into his strong body and let him wrap himself around me to protect me. It's such a visceral feeling that it has me forcing myself to pull in a few steadying breaths. It's okay, he speaks softly. I nod, even though I have no idea what I'm agreeing to. It's just, It was a long time ago. He squeezes my shoulder again. That doesn't mean it doesn't still hurt. Damn it. Yeah. He keeps his hand there while he talks, something that I'm grateful for because I need the grounding. What were they like? I smile a little. My grandpa's the one who mainly took care of me while my parents worked in the fields. We lived in a settlement in Montana, far away from here. He used to read me stories about different places all around the world from these thick books he'd had since he was a boy. Encyclopedias? I nod. Sort of. They were thick tomes full of information. I loved it, learning about all of the different cultures and hearing him explain them all to me. It sounds like you really miss him. I nod solemnly. It's hard to explain grief, especially to someone that I'm not sure will understand. It's one thing to lose someone you love, and it's another to watch them die violently. I wish that the orcs never invaded our settlement, I mumble. I'm sorry, Amelia, for what they did to you. I swallow back more tears and wince when I feel them leak out of my eyes. I hate that it still chokes me up, even over a decade later. I'd been so young when those orcs had attacked us, and yet the memories were as fresh as if they'd happened only yesterday. They burned the entire settlement, slaughtered all of the adults and stole the children. I think originally they were going to farm us into labour camps, but quickly realised that we were more useful if they could sell us like animals. Roz takes his hand away from my shoulder, leaving me feeling cold. I'm about to turn to grab at his hand when he gently lifts it and brushes away the tears tracking down my cheeks. My heart stutters in my chest. I look up at him, his dark eyes boring into my own with a look of deep concentration. It's an expression that I'm not used to seeing on his normally cheery face. Tell me something. His voice is barely above a whisper. What? I breathe out the question. How can I make it better? I'm so touched by the question that I don't notice myself leaning into his hand until my entire cheek is nestled into it. I'd pull away out of embarrassment, but the wine is really hitting me and causing me not to care. I want Roz, more than I've wanted anyone in my entire life. I want to burrow into his warmth and let him cocoon me with it. I know he'd take care of me. He has since the moment he met me. What kind of orc does that? I lick my lips, tracking his eye movement as they dart down to follow the motion of my tongue. I want them taken down. All of them. They're cruel and horrible. His hand shifts slightly against my face, coming around to cut my jaw. His long fingers curl to hold my cheeks gently. My clan will destroy them. I promise you that, Amelia. They'll free the rest of the humans there, and if they choose to, they can come here and be free, just like you. My heart clenches in my chest as more tears fall from my eyes. How is it possible that such a kind and noble orc like him has remained untaken? Now the words of the girls in the canteen are making so much sense. He really is a catch, and I'd be out of my mind to let him slip through my fingers. I wrap my fingers around his wrist and push myself up from the couch, discarding my half-empty wine glass somewhere on the floor as I do so. His eyes follow me, tracking my every move in a way that would normally make me feel like prey, but now only makes me feel desired. I grab the wine glass out of his hand, barely any of it touched now that I have it in my hand, and I settle it next to mine on the floor. Amelia, he murmurs, folding himself back into the couch, his posture open and inviting. I take the bait and settle myself onto his lap. I feel his hard length trapped in his pants, and it makes me groan when I sit my body on top of it. I feel it jerk against my thigh, causing my core to heat up and warmth to pool in my belly. Gods, I want him so badly it actually hurts. His hands come up to wrap around my hips. It's the last thing he does before his lips meet mine.
Chapter 13. Roz. Her lips fit perfectly over mine, just like we were made for each other. I flex my fingers over her hips, dragging her closer with the motion, and fit her snug against my body. A soft breath escapes her as she settles into me, comfortable and perfect. Amelia's hands run up my chest before tangling themselves in the ends of my braids and wrapping them around her delicate fingers. I want to taste every inch of her body, worship her in the way that she needs to be, deserves to be. This precocious human that's wormed her way into my heart without even a single care or apology after the fact. She's perfect. Too perfect for me. A fact that scares me more than it should. I can already tell the road we are headed down can lead to bliss or utter disaster, but I can't bring myself to end it before it begins. Her energy is intoxicating, pulling me in and trapping me before I have any mind as to what's happening. At this point, I don't actually care. All I want is her. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 14. Emilia.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
When I wake up, I find myself alone in a large four-poster bed. The sun is already shining behind a drawn curtain, giving the room a soft glow that I want to relax in. I put my hand out, feeling the other side of the bed. Vaguely, I realise that it's cold. He must have brought me in here after last night. The cold bed means he didn't sleep with me and left me here to wake up by myself. I can't tell what kind of message that sends, but I know that it isn't one that I want. My body aches from last night, but it's a good kind of ache that I wish could be repeated. I don't know how to feel about not waking up to Roz's body wrapped around mine like a lover should after having sex. Does that mean it meant nothing to him? Dread settles into my stomach. I'd hate to think I pushed him into anything. Sure, I'd made the first move, but surely that didn't mean he regretted it. I sit up slowly, wincing when there's a twinge in my spine as well as between my legs. I suppose the cold side of the bed is as good an answer as any to that question, even if it's not one that I want. Was last night really just a one-night stand? I look down at myself, seeing a chemise of some sort covering me. It certainly isn't mine, and as far as I could tell last night, Roz lives alone. So how did he have an extra lying around for me to use? I hate the implications. Of course he'd had a life before me. I would expect nothing less from a handsome and kind orc such as him. But the information still stings. Slowly I climb out of bed and shuffle over to the doorway. Outside in the hallway, I can hear movement from somewhere further in the house. I follow it, finding myself heading into the kitchen where a delicious aroma is wafting from. My stomach growls, having barely eaten anything but a single biscuit and wine since arriving here. I spot Roz over by the stove, his back turned toward me while he cooks. I trace my eyes over the thick muscles of his back and watch the way they move while he stirs whatever he's cooking in his pan. It mesmerises me in a way, at how such a strong being can be so gentle. As if sensing my presence, Roz looks over his shoulder and spots me. His eyes widen, surprising me. I open my mouth to greet him, but I'm soon swept up off my feet and into a strong chest. Roz's arm hooks under my bottom, balancing me expertly. "You shouldn't be walking around barefoot," he tells me. "It's cold." I practically choke on my own spit. What is this? This is the kind of care that comes from a lover, not someone who abandoned me to sleep alone in his bedroom all night, while he presumably took the couch. I sway in his arms while he brings me over to the dining table, pulling out a chair for me. "Wait." He pauses, turning to look at me. The words die on my tongue as I stare into his green and red flecked eyes. He raises a brow at me. "Are you hungry?" I'm starving, actually, but I don't think I'll be able to stomach any food with the way my gut is rolling from the turmoil built up in me. I'd worked myself up last night, gotten some crazy ideas in my head that were, of course, far from being possible. What was I thinking, snatching him up for myself? Who did I think I was? I'm certainly not the type of girl he'd fall for. I'm broken and a former slave. Not exactly mate material or whatever was that the girls at the canteen has told me. I feel my embarrassment heat my cheeks, shame following close behind. I'd come on strong to Roz, and he'd simply answered my call enthusiastically. I can't blame him for that. He's a male after all, and they have needs just like me. I carefully wiggle myself out of his arms. I need to get out of here before I end up making more of a fool out of myself than I already have. I should go pack. What? His brows furrow together. Aren't you hungry? I shake my head. We're leaving tomorrow, right? I watch as his lips part, his tongue darting out to run along his bottom lip. The same lips that were all over my body last night. Yes, tomorrow. I nod and step away from him. My clothes. He gestures through the doorway leading to the living room. On the couch. On the same one you slept on last night? Is what I bitterly want to ask him, but clamp my mouth shut. I nod my head at him again. Thank you, Roz. There's a small sound that tumbles out of him, one that has me dying of curiosity because it sounds pained in a way. But I don't dare look at him, because if I do, I actually will end up confessing something stupid to him and ruining what's been built between us. Steeling my shoulders, I head out into the living room to dress myself and leave.
Chapter 15. Roz, it's early in the morning, the way it always is at the beginning of a caravan trip. We don't waste time. Traveling days begin at the crack of dawn. The sooner we start, the sooner we can get back. I never really questioned this before, even though I'm the one setting the schedule. Who are we in a rush to get home for? Most of the orcs on the caravan don't have significant others. It's hard to make a relationship going when you're on the road all the time. No one would care if we left at the first break of light, or in the middle of the afternoon. In any case, I guess it's something like tradition at this point. Loading the caravan in the dim, barely visible, gray morning skies, pretending like you aren't about to trip over your own 2 feet for the 15th time, because you can barely see anything. It's at least slightly brighter than that by now. The morning sun is starting to spill around the edges of the tree line, adding a hint of color to the sky. There's still pockets of gray dreariness, but that bold pop of vibrant orange makes you forget about them. Everything is loaded, and everyone is ready to go. Except Amelia, who is saying goodbye to Mary and Camille. They've come to see her off on her trip. I half expected when the women arrived to bid her farewell that I would have to chastise the other orcs, reprimanding them to be patient. It's not like we've been waiting on her half the morning. I'd let any of the others have a moment to say goodbye to their loved ones, if they had any. Like I said, it's hard to make a relationship work when you're on the road all the time. But no one makes a peep about waiting for Amelia. I wonder if they're thinking the same thing that I am. It would be nice if anyone cared that we were leaving. My stomach churns as I wait outside the carriage, watching the girls hug Amelia goodbye. I can't help but worry that I am making a huge mistake in all of this. My initial feeling was that she didn't belong on the caravan, but she finally got me to cave. Maybe I should have followed my gut after all. What if something happens on the way? What if Mary and Camille blame me, even after I said that the caravan was no place for a woman? What if I can't keep her safe, despite her having the utmost confidence in me? The caravan is for orcs who have no one to say goodbye to. That's not an accident or a mistake. That's by design. No one will miss us if we don't come back. I can't help but think Amelia is different. The proof is right in front of my eyes. Maybe she doesn't see it, but I do. She's not expendable like the rest of the caravan crew. Everyone at the base has gravitated to her already. She's more popular in a few days than I am, and I was born here. At the same time, the idea of leaving her behind doesn't feel any better. She might be safer, but I wouldn't be able to see her for a long time. That fills me with a different kind of sadness, a loneliness that eats me from the inside out. And what if she met someone else while I was gone? Taking her with me is scary because I'm afraid of what might happen, but leaving her behind is somehow scarier, even though my fears are completely different. I don't fear for her life. I'm afraid she'll forget me entirely. After our night together, I can no longer deny the obvious. I want to be with her, not as two lonely people keeping each other company, not as friends. I want her, all of her. She's beautiful and smart and fiery and passionate, and so incredibly brave. And I want that in my life, even on the caravan, if that's where she wants to be. I'll just have to go above and beyond to keep her safe, because I can't bear the thought of her not being here at my side. If she hadn't been so quick to leave, I might have been able to fool myself into thinking there was a chance she wanted to be there too. I'm full of regret that we went through with it last night. Not because I didn't want to have sex with her, of course I did. I'm a hot-blooded orc, and it felt damn good. It's been a while since I've shared my bed with a woman. The problem is that I realized too late I shouldn't have let it become such a trivial thing. Now, Amelia thinks it was just a casual fling, two friends having a good time. I should have taken the time to court her properly, letting her know that I wanted more. Now our first time will never be as special as it should have been, because I didn't say no. I didn't walk away and plan something bigger and better. And now, it'll be that much harder to figure out if she's interested in me, or if it was just a way to pass the time. But that's all right. We'll have all the time in the world now, free from other distractions on the caravan trip. I can get to know her better and learn what she's looking for in a partner. I can figure out what I have to do to be seen as a mate with real potential. Someone she takes seriously, not just a fling. It's not like we'll have the distraction of other orcs. In fact, maybe her joining the caravan is actually a blessing in disguise. Having her undivided attention for this length of time can only help in the big picture. The gnawing feeling in the pit of my stomach begins to subside, finally having managed to convince myself that this could be a good thing. We'll have lots of time on the road to bond, sealing the future of our relationship. She might think it was just a fun one-time thing for now, but that at least proves that she's attracted to me. That's a start, right? I just have to keep her out of trouble on the road, and I should be able to manage that. The road can be dangerous, but it's not like every trip comes with a death sentence. With any luck, this one might be a piece of cake. Many of them are. If I just stop thinking of this journey as a death trap, and start seeing it as the beginning of our new romance, everything might change. Amelia finally scurries over, blowing a kiss over her shoulder to Mary and Camille. Sorry, she says breathlessly, rushing toward the carriage. It's fine, I reply. We're not on a schedule. I gesture to the carriage door. She scampers up the step easily, poking her head in the door. The caravan team is bigger than the one that I used on the last trip, and has several different carriages. They can contain anything from weapons, to supplies, to food, to crew. The crew is spread out amongst the different carriages, though we'll stick close together as we travel. This one, for now, has me, Amelia, Waruk, and Rel, an orc that Amelia has not met. I follow Amelia as she makes her way across the carriage to a bench, sitting down. I sit beside her, doing my best to flash her a friendly smile. After our night together, it feels like there's room for this to be awkward, and I want her to be confident in my interest. It doesn't seem to matter because she barely smiles back and Rel is already pushing his way over to sit on the other side of her. He's friendly, and at first I'm relieved. If he made her uncomfortable, I'd have to clock him, and that would be a bad start to the trip. But after a few minutes, I stop daydreaming of the possible ways I can ask her to take our relationship to the next level. They're laughing and joking, sitting close together as he asks her all sorts of interesting questions about herself. He's friendly, but maybe too friendly. My stomach starts to churn again, and it only gets worse when Warwick leans across from his seat to chat with her as well. The three of them are having a pleasant time, enjoying each other's company even as I grimace. I shrink away, my back pressed against the wall of the carriage, watching. Everything that I had just been thinking, about keeping her safe from other orcs and having her attention to myself on the caravan, comes screaming back into my head. This was supposed to be a chance for us to get to know each other, so that I could convince her to take me seriously. I forgot that I was bringing her into the den of the most available, most chronically single orcs that the base had to offer. I guess I'm going to have to start thinking of a way to step up my game if I want to get her attention. Just then, I spy a clearing that's perfect for setting up our camp for the night. I holler at the mounts to stop and the wagons behind follow our lead. "Isn't it a little early?" Warwick asks. I just smile, a bit sarcastically. Because at camp I can keep everyone busy and have Amelia all to myself.
Chapter 16. Amelia. We stop for the night at a clearing that Roz has picked out. I'm not sure if he's used it before, or found it today by accident, but it's a nice spot to set up camp. There's plenty of room for all our tents, and even a stream nearby for water. It doesn't take long for me to realise that setting up camp must be routine for this group. There's not a lot of barking orders. Everyone seems to just intuitively know what they have to do. They work together seamlessly, everyone understanding their role with little discussion necessary. Roz does take the time to spell things out for me, explaining what's happening and why, but I'm the only one who seems to need that direction. I do my best to chip in, though I feel rather slow and dumb as I try. My logical brain knows that, of course, they should be faster than me. They have much more experience. That's not my fault. But the more emotional, prideful side of me can't help but feel a little embarrassed. I insisted that I should come on this trip, and now I can't even unroll a tent. The orcs have everything set in what seems to be the blink of an eye, while I struggle to stretch out even a single layer of canvas. Finally, with their work done, everyone turns their attention to setting up my own tent for me. I feel humiliated. Roz must sense how I feel, because he stands beside me and elbows me gently in the side. The first time Warwick set up his own tent, it fell down on him twice. "What?" "Yes," he confirms. He didn't want to admit that he had no idea what he was doing, so he just rushed through, trying to do each step as fast as everyone else. Except he wasn't doing any of it right. It looked okay, but then it collapsed on him when he tried to go to bed, and when we woke up in the morning, it had collapsed again, but he slept through it somehow. The rest of the team has moved on to unloading the box of food for dinner that night from the wagon. But they're close enough to hear Roz's words. Warwick turns to shoot Roz a scathing look over his shoulder, while the others begin to recall the event in question. They start chiming in to provide their own memories, teasing their friend. Warwick takes it good-naturedly, though he pretends to glower a bit. Watching the scene before me makes me feel a little bit better. I smile gratefully, looking at Roz. "Thank you," I say quietly, so that the other orcs don't hear. They're too busy ribbing Warwick to pay much attention to me. Roz and I lock eyes for a moment. He doesn't say anything, but there's a warmth in his eyes. It makes me feel relaxed, as if he's reassuring me that I didn't make a huge mistake in coming here, that he has faith in me and believes I can handle it. Or maybe that's all in my head. Maybe I just really want to believe that, and I'm only fooling myself. If so, I'm going to keep fooling myself a bit longer. When the food is unloaded, Roz sends everyone but him and me out for firewood. A few of the orcs grumble at first, complaining that they don't all have to go. But Roz insists that he wants a big fire, and the wood here is dry. That means it'll burn hot, but fast, and we'll need more. Perud and Mungle mutter something to each other, in low voices that I'm not meant to overhear. But I do catch enough to realise that they're saying something about Roz just trying to be alone with me. I flush at the idea, but if I'm being honest with myself, it's more out of excitement than embarrassment. Still, I don't want the men to judge me. I came to be one of the team, and I don't want to seem like a freeloading plaything. Just because Roz and I had that one night together doesn't mean I won't pull my weight here. I get to work right away, pulling and arranging the various foodstuffs. There's not much to work with, of course. The limitations of a caravan trip aren't exactly conducive to fine dining. But I'm creative, and I've dealt with less before. Pretty soon, the orcs have brought back a hefty amount of firewood. They make a few more treks out into the woods for more, piling it nearby. Roz starts arranging what they've brought, and gets a roaring fire built in no time. As the fire burns down, creating lots of warm coals for cooking, I prepare the meal. Roz helps, and we chat easily as we work. At first, I was worried that things between us could feel awkward, but he's just so friendly and easy to talk to. After dinner, they stoke the fire again, dumping plenty of wood on to create a true bonfire. Everyone sits around the fire, enjoying the warmth and sharing entertaining stories. It's surprisingly fun and relaxing, and I'm having a great time. I didn't know I could feel at home in a group of orcs like this. They always scared me, but these orcs are different. I feel like I'm practically one of them. Like I belong here after all. Roz pays special attention to me, focusing on me most of the night. It's flattering, but I try to tell myself not to read too much into it. He probably just wants to make sure that I'm having an okay time and is being so nice because he feels responsible for me. That's just the sort of orc that Roz is. It's late at night when everyone finally winds down and heads to their tents. I feel like I'm watching a party break up, more than co-workers getting ready for a busy day tomorrow. I slip into my own tent, wiggling down into my blankets. My clothes are still warm from the heat of the fire, and I try to trap that heat under my coverings as long as possible, knowing the night will get cold. I'm content and exhausted, and it doesn't take long for my eyes to close. I lay there long enough that I'm not completely sure I didn't fall asleep. A noise outside my tent rouses me, and at first I'm very disoriented, trying to pull myself back from that drowsy edge of slumber. Did I really hear something? Was it a dream? I ponder it lazily in my mind, half awake, until I hear it again. This time, I'm awake enough to realise immediately that it is footsteps. Someone is walking around outside my tent. My heart fills with fear, instant panic seeping into my bones. I sit up, looking wildly around the tent for anything I can use as a weapon. The flap of the tent slides open. My breath hitches, and mentally I am preparing to claw someone's eyes out. But the face that peeks inside is Roz. The air whooshes out of my lungs, relieved. His face is dark and thunderous, and he crosses the tent in 2 long, hurried steps. I don't even have time to question him before his hand wraps around my mouth, quieting me. It's much like our first meeting, but this time I don't struggle. I trust him now, obviously, and sense immediately that he must have something important to say. So I just look up at him with wide, questioning eyes, waiting for the revelation. "You have to stay silent," he whispers. "There are wolves outside." My eyes go big, and I can feel my heart falter, skipping a beat. Wolves? We can deal with them. We have before, but it's a big pack, more than 30, and I don't want you to grab their attention. They're going to see you as the weakest and attack you first. So when you hear the commotion in a minute, don't leave your tent, and don't make a sound, he orders in a stern whisper. I nod my head in agreement, too stunned for anything else. He turns to leave, then pauses. "You're going to have to get used to this, Amelia," he warns quietly. "This is what it's like in the caravan." The end of his statement trails off, and I know the part that he's leaving out. That's why I didn't want you to come. I nod again, more confidently this time. "I'll be fine," I reassure him, trying to convince him. He slips out of the tent, and only a few seconds later, I hear the frightening sounds that he promised were coming. Listening to it seems, somehow, more terrifying. There's no visual to put the sounds against, which seems worse for my nerves. Every cry and howl makes me cringe, trying to decide what might be happening. Is that the sound of a breaking bone, or a wolf being clubbed? I creep to the door of the tent, peering through the barely visible gap to watch the conflict. The silver moonlight is full, making the night bright enough to see everything. The wolves snarl and snap, uneasily circling around the men. Every so often, one ducks and weaves, lunging, and then paces away, keeping a predatory gaze on the orcs as they plan their next attack. Their hackles are raised, threatening, and even from here, I can see the bloodlust in their eyes. This isn't an accidental sighting of a wild animal. These beasts came here on purpose. And with horror filling my heart, I start to realize just how outnumbered the orcs are.
Chapter 17. Ross! Power Odd! I shout. Dole! Set up a guard around the caravan with Rel and Mungle. Everyone else! With me! Dul and Parad direct the others, and they stand around the caravans and tents, protecting them from all sides. The rest of my men follow me, and set up another layer of protection. We're well practiced at this. There are 15 of us, not counting Amelia. There must be at least double the number of wolves. It's difficult to count with such limited light as clouds pass over the full moon. But I try. 1 orc for every 2 wolves. We've had worse odds. Much worse. Still, my body is heavy with foreboding. I'm not sure why I'm so uneasy, but a lingering sense of dread follows me as I unsheathe my machete and fall into a fighting stance. I'd rather fight a dozen bears than a dozen wolves. At least bears don't coordinate with one another or lurk in the shadows, waiting for their best chance to strike. Twigs snap to my left and right, from behind and ahead. These wolves are smart, and they've surrounded us on all sides. Sometimes just a show of enough force is enough to spook them into the woods. Most times even. But these wolves are starving. A cloud blows away from the moon, revealing a member of their slender pack. I can see its ribs and gaunt, desperate face. Warwick sees it too. His smile is grim. This is one hell of a way to welcome our new caravan member, don't you think? Focus, I snap. We'll try and frighten them off first. I don't want to think about Amelia. My nerves are frayed enough. Waruk nods and then shouts at the creature, going on the offense. Often, when threatened by a full-grown orc, wolves scamper back to the woods. They're savvy creatures, and most understand that orcs are not easy prey. These attack. Son of a... Warwick grunts to my left in pain. His long braid whips back and his blade makes a slick sound as it slices through a wolf's shoulder. He kicks the wolf in the chest to free it from his machete, and the wolf falls to the ground with a thud. First blood. It's not the last. The wolves in the back howl and the others snap and gnash their teeth. I remember Vala saying something once about wolves having been much smaller in the past, and I wish I could face their ancestors instead. They've evolved into humongous beasts now, reaching well above my waist. I can already tell this is going to be one hell of a fight. Are you hurt? Don't insult me. Warwick shakes his head. His shoulder trickles with blood, but it's only a scratch. We fight together, with him at my back. But there are so many wolves. Eventually, our positions begin to falter. Battle is often chaos, and we're in the thick of it now. I can't help but note how desperate these wolves seem. How their noses keep turning towards Amelia's tent. How anticipatory drool dribbles past their sharp teeth. They must smell her. And as intimidating as my team can be, nothing can dissuade them from the scent of easy meat. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see the slick flow of blood staining the grass. Wolf carcasses begin to pile. Finish this fast! I don't want the blood to attract other predators. I wasn't exaggerating the dangers of travel to Amelia earlier. There are all sorts of monsters skulking about these woods, and the scent of spilled blood will only bring them closer. The last thing I want to deal with right now is a mountain lion, or worse, a horde of orcs drawn in by the smell of blood and battle. My men will be too exhausted to put up another fight. We need to keep our cargo safe. And Amelia, she's alone in her tent with nothing to protect her. It would only take one. I try to push her out of my mind. She's surrounded by my best men, and my best men are unlikely to be felled by a pack of wolves. But I can't stop seeing her delicate face in my mind's eye, or the curl of her bare feet against my floor, the feel of her body against mine, so small and lush and breakable. Humans are so fragile. It would only take one errant bite. A rush of air hits my chest, followed by musky fur. Paws slam into my gut, knocking the wind from my lungs. It's a struggle to breathe. This is what I get for letting myself get distracted. Sour-scented fangs aim straight for my throat. I wobble a bit on my feet, but I've done this before. Even though it feels as though I'm breathing through a pinhole, I wrap my bare hand around the wolf's mane and hold it steady. The wolf snaps at my arm, grazing it, and uses all its strength to lurch to the side. If it gets free, I have no doubt it will take my entire arm. There is no fear in its yellow eyes as it snaps at me, only fury and hunger. The wolf lurches again, kicking its paws desperately. Its back paw catches on my tunic and tears the fabric down the middle. On instinct, I slice my machete through its middle. The wolf gives an aborted yelp before slumping to the wet ground. Damn it! As Puel fights one wolf, another tackles him from behind. I stab it just before its jaws clamp around his throat. I can see the curtains of the tent closest to the caravan stir. Amelia is watching. She must be terrified. She's surrounded by fighters, but it would only take one lucky wolf to slip past them. It would only take one swipe of their paws to slice clear through her tent. I've had enough of this. Don't let any past you, I order Puel, helping him to his feet. He nods, resolved, and throws himself back into the fight. I slice and chop, scattering the wolves before me and slaughtering those who are too foolish or starving to run. I would almost sympathize with the creatures if they weren't putting up so much of a fight. I drive them towards the bushes and begin to relax. To my left, Warwick and two others appear to be finishing up the last of the fight. The caravan is protected. Not one wolf slipped past our perimeter. Still, I stand guard, making sure the rest of the wolves continue retreating. I'm just about to turn back to the others when a terrified shriek makes the hair on my arm stand on end. Amelia. The wolves are gone. Why would she... Behind! I can't make out the rest of the screams. Roz! I turn, machete extended, and stop. A wolf. Not just a wolf. The others came to my waist, and this beast is nearly double their size. Its long jaws spread wide, revealing teeth the size of my hands. Roz! A wolf! Yeah, duh. How did I miss this? The creature is bent in a crouch. If I'd waited one more second to turn, I have no doubt that my blood would be spilling across the forest floor, mixing with the wolves. I raise my machete, prepared to strike. The wolf takes a step back, and then another. It tilts its snout in the air, sniffing. Amelia. Get back! She stands frozen, staring at me. Damn it, Amelia, to the caravan now! I stretch to stab the wolf while it's distracted. I'm too late. In a flash, the wolf twists and joins a new hunt. Amelia saved me from the wolf's ambush, but now the large beast senses an easier target. Even worse, the wolves from the woods leap back into the fray, emboldened by their leader's hunt. I curse violently. Keep them back! I snarl at Warwick and the others. The sound of clanging metal and torn flesh sing through the night, but my focus is only on Amelia. Her feet are bare, and her hair flies behind her as she flees back to the safety of the caravan. She almost makes it. Amelia runs quickly and nimbly, jumping over small bushes with ease. She makes it within arm's reach of the caravan, and Parod races from the side to protect her. I've never seen a human move so fast. It isn't fast enough. I thundered towards her, machete extended, so fast I risked tripping and gutting myself open. That isn't fast enough either. With one great leap, the wolf sails through the air, over Parrod's dagger, and directly onto Amelia. She slams to the ground so hard I can feel it in my teeth. Time slows. I have fought in battles, and I have fought beasts that even Vala cannot name. I have come so close to death, so many times, and I have seen friends cut down too young. Never have I felt this level of terror. It's physical. My knees are liquefying, and my breath rasps in my throat. Amelia! I'm running faster than I've ever run before. So fast that the air burns in my lungs. It doesn't matter. I already know I'm too late. I never should have let her come. I knew I should have kept her safe on base. Now all I can do is watch her die.
Protheka is a dark and dangerous world.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
And the quest for godhood has made it even darker.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
Delia only seeks her freedom.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
But Thorn has something else in mind for her.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
Will they be able to escape their fate? Get every episode from worldsofprotheka.com right now. Get the series bundle and score a 70% discount. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this series is just the beginning.
Chapter 18. Ross. The wolf's maw stretches wide. Moonlight flashes against its sharp white teeth. The other wolves struggle against my men, but it's clear that this one is even faster and stronger than any of the wolves we've faced so far. Amelia doesn't stand a chance. The ground slams against my feet as I run. No! I shout like it matters, like this world cares what I think about anything. No! Amelia! Impossibly, Amelia rolls to her side. The wolf's legs straddle her, giving her room to maneuver. The wolf, enraged, bites toward Amelia's throat, and Amelia sticks her hand in its mouth. No, not just her hand. A large stick. The wolf gurgles in furious confusion, and Amelia gasps in pain. Finally, I reach her. Blood dribbles down her hand, and she cradles it at her side. I want, desperately, to cradle her against my chest and tend to her wound. I don't have time. Soon the wolf is spitting out bloody splinters, ready to attack once more. Now it's not only hungry, but injured just enough to piss it off. I press my advantage, crowding it away from Amelia. It doesn't retreat easily. I pay for every step I make it take. Every swing of my blade is followed by the gnashing of teeth. If I slice its side, then it bites at my legs. If it weren't for my tough orc hide, I'd be a chew toy by now. As it is, blood seeps from every limb, and there's no backup to be had. My men furiously fight to hold back the other wolves. The scent of Amelia's blood fills the air, and I can only hope no other animals answer the call to feed. The wolf leaps away as I slash at it, moving like a dancer. I land several blows, but none of them are fatal. Nothing more than superficial cuts. This wolf has a tough hide and unimaginable reflexes. "Watch out!" Amelia warns. Pretending to retreat, the wolf has circled around and swipes at my legs. I parry with my machete, catching nothing but fur, which floats to the ground. I'm holding my own against the beast, but even more wolves pour into the clearing from the forest. I'm not sure if it's the same pack or a new one summoned by the fight. It takes all of my men to hold them back, forcing them into the edges of the forest. I'm known for my stamina, but my arm grows heavy with the weight of my machete. I miss one blow and it lands in the dirt just beside the wolf's front paw. I narrowly work the blade free in time to defend against another attack. It doesn't matter how tired I am. There's no help coming for us anytime soon. This fight is mine alone, and if I lose, so does Amelia. I resolve not to lose. "Come here, you bastard!" I croon. The wolf tilts its head at my tone. Its clever eyes narrow. We size each other up, the wolf and I, and for a moment it looks as though the wolf has decided I'm not worth the fight. But then it looks at Amelia. I know at that moment that this wolf will do anything to snag just one bite of her. My hands tighten on my machete. I thought we were fighting before, but the fight turns into something else entirely. The wolf launches itself once more, and I throw everything I have against it. All of my years of experience in bloodshed combine, and I use every dirty trick I've learned. It's as though I've been training for this moment for my entire life. This fight is intense, primal. I move without thinking, without hesitation. I fight with my hands and feet, as well as my machete. If I could tear its throat out with my own teeth, I would do it. My senses zone in on the wolf's movement, and everything else dims. The sound of the fighting behind me fades. All I can hear is the wolf's slinking steps and snapping jaws and Amelia's trembling breath. It keeps trying to sneak behind me, trying to grab Amelia, and I manage to counter it every time. I want to tell her to run, but I'm afraid that running will only encourage the others to attack her. She's safer here, close to me. Unless I fail. Fury roars through my chest at the thought, and a protective instinct I'd never known I possessed fills me with renewed strength. Come on, I mutter. The wolf zips past me again. This time I manage to catch its back paw. It recoils backward, but it doesn't retreat. I expect it to try and attack Amelia, like it's done so far. But my last blow must have tipped the scales towards vengeance. It launches directly at my knee, grazing it, and then takes a brutal chunk from my left arm when I reach for the scruff of its neck. I can't pick up this wolf like I could the others. It's too strong. It works itself free in an instant, growling so low my stomach can feel the bass tones of its displeasure. Blood drips down its jaws. My blood. It spits my flesh on the ground. I guess I'm not as tasty as a human because it once again focuses on Amelia. It jumps. Amelia scrambles backwards on her elbows. I catch a glimpse of her wide, terrified eyes before I slide in between them. The wolf lands on my chest. I protect my neck with one arm and the wolf goes to town on it, gnawing and thrashing its teeth against my flesh. My nerves scream in pain, but I bite down on a shout. I don't want to scare Amelia. She lies only a handspan away. "Move!" I grit out, using all my strength to force the wolf to the ground, belly up. The wolf panics, finally understanding its fatal mistake, but I force my arm even farther into its jaws, preventing it from attacking me. I pin it to the ground with one knee, but the wily beast rolls free. Amelia is close. Too close. Damn it! I grab the beast by its back leg, pulling it away from her. My other arm is a mangled mess, but much prettier than I might have expected. At least it's still attached. The wolf rears back, going for my throat. But then, something makes it yelp. A rock! Amelia threw a rock at its head. Not more than the size of her hand, and not enough to even hurt the creature, but enough to confuse it. I don't waste time. My machete cuts the creature right in the abdomen. Its insides spill out, and finally the creature falls. Exhausted, I fall onto my haunches. I keep the machete ready, but I'm not sure I could even lift it if I tried at this point. Blood and sweat drip across my brow, stinging my eyes, and I wipe them with what's left of my torn sleeve. I look at Amelia. Her delicate face is splattered with blood. Parade finishes with the last of the wolves, and Pioul walks over to give me a hearty slap on the shoulder. "Looks like we're really earning those herbs this trip," he pants. "Want us to strip the wolves of meat? At least we'll have a good dinner out of it." I nod, clean them quickly, and start tending wounds. I don't want to be here when the scavengers come. Pioul whistles and starts shouting orders. I strip a piece from my tunic and wrap it tightly around Amelia's wound. The wolf's jaws cut her hand, but I don't feel any broken bones. "Your arm," she gasps. "You have to put pressure on it." Now that she mentions it, I realize that I'm feeling rather woozy. Amelia helps me tear more cloth from my tunic. It's a good thing the other wolf tore it for me, and uses it to bind my wound. That's good enough for now, I tell her. She looks like she wants to say something more to me, but I can't stand being around her one more moment. I keep reliving that bone-liquefying terror from earlier, when I first saw the wolf topple her to the ground. I'd expected to see her throat slashed open, her eyes permanently lost to a glassy final stare. She almost died because of me. Thank you, she says, for saving me. Her thanks are sour to my ears. She has nothing to thank me for, save almost getting her killed. If she were on base with Mary and the other women, then none of this would have happened. A small voice whispers that without her warning, I'd likely be dead. Your shoulder is cut, she says. I'll tend to it. Roz, get back to your tent. My voice is curt and stern. I'm in command, and this is an order. I have work to do. She crosses her arms around her midsection, and her chin wobbles. For crap's sake. Something in my chest twists, and I almost gather her close to me to murmur reassurances in her ear. But then I see that her makeshift bandage is stained with fresh blood. It makes me feel sick. Bandage that properly, I demand. There is no room for a smile on my face now. I nearly lost her because I was so selfish I convinced myself to bring her along. I turn back towards my men and push all thoughts of Amelia aside. I'll figure out what to do with her once my work here is done.
Chapter 19. Amelia. Roz pushes past me to go help the men pack up the caravan and clean the wolf carcasses. His shoulder still drips blood, his arm is a mess, and he's done nothing more than tie a half-hearted strip of his tunic across it to stem some of the bleeding. I want to make him stop, to force him to care for himself, but the entire camp is in a rush. Injured orcs use whatever they can to stop their bleeding, and then go on with their business. I can't help but sense there's a reason for their urgency, so I hang back and help roll up the tents the best that my injured hand will allow. Luckily, I'm much better at taking the tents down than I am at putting them up. I wince as I glance down at my hand. I'm lucky it's still intact, to be honest, but it throbs and aches so much that the pain gives me a headache. Let's go, Roz orders. His sharp eyes scan the camp. There's too much blood here. I don't want to fight a mountain lion right now, or worse. You probably could, though. You really outdid yourself tonight, my friend. Warwick finishes cleaning the last of the wolves' hides. Look at this thing. Have you ever seen a wolf this large? I've seen bears smaller. The orcs cheer. There's nothing they love more than a good battle story, and from their faces, it looks like this will be a story told over many pints of ale in the future. Roz rubs his face. He doesn't look thrilled at the prospect of his minor fame. In fact, he looks as though he might fall over for a moment, but then he nods towards the caravan. Make sure you pack all of the fur. We can use it to trade. Parod, can you ask Ontal to clean them as we go? Parod nods, and the men filter out to do their various jobs. It's a flurry of motion in the dark, and with the other orcs standing guard and Roz's tense stance as he supervises here and helps out there, I can't forget that more wolves could attack at any time. We aren't safe. But isn't that what he'd been trying to tell me from the beginning? We're never safe travelling. It doesn't scare me as much as it probably should. All I can think is that I saved his life, that a wolf tried to kill me, and that I got away with luck and skill, that I'm about to see a new settlement, new ways of life, new forests. It feels, I think, like an adventure. I'm exhilarated, even as my hand aches and throbs. For the first time in my life, I'm taking charge of my future. Everything is packed quickly, and though I try to help, Poole directs me to wait in the carriage. I slide onto one of the wooden benches and then shoot a look over my shoulder. I can tell from Roz's hooded glance towards us that he's the one who's given the order, and Poole shrugs apologetically. Is there anything I can help with? I ask. I don't like feeling useless. There's still a lot of work to be done. Useless? Poole scoffs. You've been packing tents with an injured hand. No one here thinks you're lazy. You saved Roz's life. Besides, we're almost done. As if to prove it, he moves to sit next to me, but Roz immediately calls for him to help Waruk load the wolf hides that they've managed to salvage so far. He stretches them out in one of the open carriages, after rinsing them with a canteen to remove most of the blood. But there must not have been too much left to do after all, because soon everyone is loading onto the carriages and onto their mounts, and we're bumping along a dirt path. It must be some sort of well-travelled trade route, because the Hokins know it well enough to traverse in the dark. Roz doesn't sit with me. He sits out front, helping steer the mounts even though his shoulder is still bleeding. Waruk makes light conversation, but my eyes begin to drift closed as we travel further and further. I hear less and less of what he says about Inzo's latest antics, and more of the steady drum of my own thoughts. I keep thinking what might have happened if I hadn't looked out of my tent flap in time. If I had cowered inside. Would Roz have seen that wolf in time? No one else had. I keep reliving the unbearable dread as I watched it creep closer and closer, as I screamed, and he still didn't turn. Roz isn't wrong. Travelling with the caravan is dangerous. But I'd rather be here, watching over him, than back on the base twiddling my thumbs. I'm just not sure what that means. I feel the same uneasy feeling I felt that morning after we slept together. It was a one-time thing. I shouldn't care. I can't help but care. I just don't know if it's because he saved me from slavery or something else. All I know is that I do care, probably far too much. But does he? The way he doesn't look over shoulder once at me as we journey forward, it doesn't seem so. He's the leader of this caravan, and it only makes sense that he'd do everything he could to save the people working for him. He did that for me before we ever really knew each other. And now? Now we do know each other, and he's firmly placed me in a box labelled employee. Not to touch. It's still dark once we stop again, but everyone makes quick work of the tents. Our night was cut short, and everyone still needs rest for the journey ahead. Roz sets up a guard of the least injured men. At first I think he's going to head to sleep as well, but he stays for hours until it's time to wake the new guard. Then, finally, he retreats to his tent. I follow. He stands with his bare back to me, which stiffens as I enter, but he doesn't turn around. His back is muscular and wide, riddled with old scares and new bites and scratches, especially along his arm. He's pulling some clean cloth taut with his teeth and using his hands to fasten it tightly against his injured shoulder. It's clear to see he's done this before. His movements are practiced and precise. Without a word, I step forward, gently plying the cloth from him until I can tie it myself. I take another few strips of white cloth and tie layers on top until the wound stops bleeding freely, and then I tie another cloth on for good measure. My hand trembles in pain. Roz catches it gently with his hand and slowly turns to face me. He studies it silently, and then removes the old bandages. A green elixir stings when he applies it to my bite wound, but then another cream eases the pain, and I sigh in relief. He makes a bandage for me with the cloth that's left, and then we stand, staring at each other. He doesn't let go of my hand. "Why did you do that?" he asks. He isn't smiling. I pretend not to understand what he's asking. "You were having trouble tying it yourself." "Amelia." His thumb gently traces the palm of my injured hand, but his brows are furrowed and his mouth stern. "You could have been killed, yelling like that, running like that. There were so many wolves that came racing back, all of them after you. Do you have any idea how dangerous?" He breaks off, worked up, and takes a shaky breath. "You almost died," he says, voice flat. For some reason my cheeks feel hot, and I have to force myself to meet his questioning eyes. I don't regret it. "You shouldn't have been there." At once I'm furious. I'm grateful that he wants to keep me safe, but not at the cost of his own life, and I know beyond a doubt that I've saved his life tonight. If I hadn't pushed to join his caravan, I'd be hearing about his death in the morning. I can picture it now. Mary, face solemn, knocking on my door with the chieftain, Loki, at her side. the bone-deep grief that would follow. My throat feels thick, just imagining it, and my eyes are glassy with unspilled tears. And if I hadn't been, what would have happened to you tonight if I hadn't been there? He doesn't answer. His jaw works for a long moment, and he finally lets go of my hand. You shouldn't have been there, he finally says again, as if his life means nothing. I don't regret it, and I'd do it again. I'd do it 1,000 times. Why? He's serious, almost agonized. Why? I don't know what to say. I knew it was dangerous when I did it, and I've never been a thrill-seeker or a fighter. All I've done is try to survive since my settlement was destroyed, and my survival had been the furthest from my mind when I saw that wolf slinking behind him, because I think I can't say that. I try, but my voice falters. Instead, I ask, what did you feel when you saw the wolf on top of me? I know what he felt. At least I think I do. I hope I do. I could hear the agony in his voice when I was attacked. Roz, I say. I keep my voice soft as I ask again. What did you feel? I want him to say it.
Chapter 20. Roz, how did I feel when I saw a wolf ready to attack her? What kind of a question even is that? I stare at her, dumbfounded, and still more than a little frustrated. The immediate danger might be past, but my adrenaline is still coursing through my veins, and I'm in no mood for whatever game she is playing. I felt like my heart was going to jump out of my chest. I snap at her. It's only our first day, and look at the close call you had. I never should have agreed to this. It's going to be okay, she tries to reassure me. I'll learn. I'm still getting used to things. Instantly, a flare of red anger clouds my vision. I can feel the pulse in my head throbbing and beginning to give me a dull headache. That's how furious I am. Even now, she doesn't understand how much danger she faces. This is no place for a human woman, weak and fragile as they are. This is challenging for even the hardiest of orcs. If she could comprehend her own frailty, if she would follow my directions and do as she's told, it might be one thing. We could protect her from danger when it occurs, the way that I had attempted. But she seems to think she's just as tough and capable as anyone else. This tiny little girl wants to face wolves and tells me it will be fine. She's utterly oblivious to how easily her life could have been snuffed out. And that's the most dangerous thing of all. Overconfidence in one's abilities is a tragedy waiting to happen. I admire her feisty spirit and her never-say-die attitude, but not here, not in a place like this. In the caravan, it's vital to remember that you could die at any time. That's the only way you'll stay on guard and protect yourself. I take a deep breath, trying to calm down. I don't think it's working, but I bite back as much of my anger as I can before answering. No, I finally say flatly, rubbing my temples. You're going back to base. I'll have a few of the orcs accompany you home tomorrow morning. This was a mistake from the get-go. I don't need to go back, she insists. I'm fine. I want to stay and see the trip out. The rest of you aren't going home, and you need more care than I do. We're used to it, I say harshly. Her insistence is beginning to wear on my nerves, and I'm not in the mood for it anymore. She has no idea what she's dealing with, and she needs to learn to listen once in a while. I'll get used to it too, she replies, a pleading tone in her voice. My temper flares again, reminded of how she begged and cajoled me to bring her along in the first place. I knew that this wasn't a good placement for her, but she kept after me until I caved. And she nearly paid for my weakness with her life. It's a mistake I won't repeat. Damn it, Amelia, you won't! I shout. You won't get used to it. You won't even live that long. You almost died on the first day. Do you understand that? She stares at me, mouth hanging open, surprised by my reaction. Then her face darkens, matching my anger. I'm not going back, she yells. She folds her arms over her chest, challenging me. I feel my whole body flush, rage taking over. I glare at her, so angry that I can hardly breathe. My lungs take in large drafts of air, my chest heaving as I continue to yell. I know you want to pretend you can do everything, but sometimes you just can't. I'm not going to sit around and humor some little girl who wants to feel tough, okay? I get it. You didn't like being powerless, and this is your crazy way of trying to prove you'll never be like that again. But that doesn't make it real, Amelia. You're expecting everyone else to be your babysitter while you play dress up and act like a big tough orc. But you're not. Her eyes shine with tears. She takes a step back, the hurt evident on her face. A pang of guilt strikes me, but I'm still too angry to listen to it. You're not the only woman who suffered, okay? If you want to take control of your life, follow their lead. Bonnie runs the clinic. Camille runs a restaurant. Normal things. You're the only one gallivanting around in the wilderness pretending you can fight off wolves. Amelia doesn't argue anymore. Instead, she looks at me with betrayal in her eyes, utterly crestfallen. A tear slips out, making its way down her cheek. She wipes it away impatiently, and then turns and flees into the woods. Immediately, my anger finally gives way, and the guilt that I was trying to push aside takes over. That was too far, and too hurtful, and even I know it. I had no business talking to her like that, or telling her how to live her life. She's been through a lot, and I went from being her trusted confidant who made a point of trying to understand, to the jerk who threw it all back in her face with derision. Yikes. I hadn't meant to lash out that way. I was just so scared for her, and I channeled my fear into anger. It was a lot more comfortable to focus on being angry, rather than admit that I was scared. But then I took that anger out on her, and that wasn't fair. Amelia, I call, starting to track through the woods in the direction that she went. I know, obviously, that I owe her an apology, but I'm also still afraid for her well-being. I can't just leave her in these woods all alone. Who knows what could happen next? I should have controlled my temper and handled this more rationally. Normally, that's something I pride myself on. The old, logical Roz could have calmly convinced her to go back to the base without everything blowing up into a knockdown, drag-out fight between us. She might not have liked it, but I'm sure I could have coaxed her without all of this. Now, because I couldn't manage myself, she's hiding in the woods from me. I've made everything 1,000 times worse. But ever since I met Amelia, my emotions feel so much more volatile, on the surface and ready to boil over at any moment. Good or bad, happy or angry, they're all so much more pronounced, and I don't know how to restrain them anymore. I keep my eyes peeled for signs of her as I walk through the woods, searching. I am usually a pretty good tracker, but there's nothing here that's giving me enough to go on. Every time I find a trail of broken branches, which I assume is Amelia, it fades away to nothing. There are too many scattered patterns for them all to be Amelia, and they don't point in the same direction. Obviously, some are from other animals, but I can't seem to sort out which ones to follow. That, or she's already so lost that she's wandering in circles. I glance down at the ground, but that's no help either. The ground is too dry for any footprints. Amelia, I call again. I pause my movement, listening. No response comes, not even the sound of her shifting through the brush. Is she really that far ahead already, that I can't hear the movement? She did run out in a hurry, but obviously she didn't let up once I was out of sight. I spin in a circle, trying to decide what to do next. I have no idea which way she went or where she is, and she's not answering me. For a moment I feel properly scolded by her refusal to speak. I can't really blame her, and I wonder if she'll ever speak to me again. I continue to roam around, hoping for a sign of her, or that perhaps she'll have a change of heart and answer me if I persist long enough. But as time goes by, I'm still in the woods, calling her name. My anxiety begins to grow once more. Is she ignoring me on purpose, or has something happened to her? My imagination starts to run wild, trying to imagine all the terrible explanations for where she could be. I start to feel frantic, no longer worrying so much that she's mad at me. I just want to find her and know that she is safe. The longer that it takes, the further distance she could have traveled. That opens up more and more possibilities for all the things that she could have faced. She could have been attacked by an animal, or fallen down an embankment and broken her leg. What if she was swept up trying to cross a deep river? There's no end to the stories that my mind can fill in. Even though it's not helping in any way, wherever she is, she could be in danger. And it's all my fault. I went from trying to keep her safe to making her run away to something even worse, all to get away from me because I couldn't control my temper. Amelia, I call again, dread spreading through every inch of my body. Amelia, wherever you are, please be all right.
Chapter 21. Emilia. I sniffle to myself, wiping the tears from my cheeks with the sleeve of my shirt. I don't have the energy to even care that I'm crying. Not like it matters anyway. There's no one around to see it. I should be mad at Roz for yelling at me, but I can't seem to drum up the emotion. Right now, the only thing I feel is sad. A bitter, suffocating sort of sorrow that threatens to overwhelm me with waves of grief. It drains the life out of me, and I can't help but feel that maybe this is what all my anger and fighting was trying to repress. I wanted conflict, to yell and scream and lash out at the world, wherever I could find it, because I didn't want to feel this. Maybe Roz was right after all. I'm just a little girl, hiding from my problems by trying to act tough. If I act brave and strong enough, nothing can catch me. Not even the bad feelings that I carry around with me and push deep beneath the surface. Still, I'm not completely sure I was wrong either. Feeling invincible is a hell of a lot better than this. Why would he force this on me? Now I just feel broken. I guess he thinks I was always broken. But I liked it better when I didn't know that. I know I'll have to go back to the camp sometime, but I'm not particularly eager to face him. I feel so stupid, now that I realise how foolish I've been. I wonder if the other orcs all think the same thing as Roz, if they think of me as a silly girl that they let hang around out of pity. Of course, there's no telling how long it'll be before I have to face them. To be quite honest, I have no idea where I am right now. I could be 2 feet away from camp, or 200, I suppose. After the wolf attack, I didn't intend to wander far. I needed to blow off some steam, but I stayed in sight of the camp, until I heard something that made my heart stop. I thought I had heard the voice of an old friend. Maybe I just thought I had heard what should comfort me right now, but I thought it was real enough to run in the direction I heard it. Only no matter how hard and far I ran, I couldn't find a sign of her or anyone else. And now, I am lost. Maybe I do need to go back to the base, even if all I've been trying to do is help. This is just another foolish thing I've done. I really just keep racking up these poor choices. Why can I never seem to think ahead logically and keep my cool? Why am I always so witless, so reckless? Now I'm not just a dumb little girl. I'm a dumb little girl in need of saving. Again. No wonder Roz wants to send me back home. I can't do anything right. Why did I have to fight with him about it, when he's obviously making the correct choice? I can't be trusted out here on my own. I can't even pay attention to where I'm going, apparently. It's not like ignoring him and doing whatever I want all the time is helping to prove my case. I'm behaving like a child and then getting mad at him for not trusting my poor judgment. Hard to make the case that your reasoning is sound when you have to resort to throwing a tantrum to prove it. I stop for a moment, a small stream appearing in my pathway. With a sigh, I look around, trying to decide if anything looks familiar. But I still don't know where I am, and there's no clues that I can find to point me back towards the camp. I squat down on my haunches at the edge of the stream, staring forlornly at my reflection in the water. I'm a sorry sight for any eyes, and maybe it's a good thing that I'm lost out here for now. I could use the time to get my head on straight, as long as it isn't too long. I scrub at the tear tracks on my red cheeks. Then I lean over, cupping my hands, and splash water onto my face. It feels startlingly cool, but does help me compose myself. I take a few deep breaths, beginning to feel more grounded already. I'll find my way back to camp, one way or another. I might be a bit disoriented, but I'm not going to sit around waiting for anyone to come save me. I might be a dumb little girl, but I'm a dumb girl who has seen worse. Then I'll apologise to Roz and agree to go back to the base, like I should have from the start. I never should have argued with him in the first place. It's his caravan, and he gets to make the final call. If he didn't think that I belonged out here, I should have been able to take that gracefully. I don't move yet, however. For the first time in a while, I feel as though I have a tiny sliver of peace of mind. I'm not looking forward to rushing back to camp and the embarrassment that will follow. Instead, I settle onto a rock at the edge of the stream. The dappled sunlight pokes through gaps between the tree leaves, making the water sparkle. I watch for a moment as it bubbles over the pebbles at the bottom of the shallow stream, enjoying the calm. Suddenly that moment of tranquility is gone, just like that. There's a clamouring and commotion behind me, something breaking through the trees. I whirl around, realising that I hear heavy footsteps. My heart leaps into my throat, instantly on the defensive. It's orcs. Not friendly orcs, not the ones that I hope to see. I recognise 2 of them from the camp Roz saved me from. They're dragging several human hostages with them, though they've stopped abruptly, surprised to run into me. I hold my breath, my mind racing. There's nowhere really for me to go. I stare at the orcs in terror for several minutes, my brain trying to process an escape plan. It takes me a while to pay attention to the humans, enough to realise that I know one of them. "Burner!" I scream, forgetting my fear. I can't just run. I have to do something to get her away from them. Burner is my old childhood friend. I won't just leave her here to suffer in their grasp. The orcs have shaken off their surprise and leer at me with happy grins. "This one looks well fed," he remarks to his friend. "The best catch so far." The other one nods his head and lunges at me, snagging my waist with his big green hands. He lifts me off the ground, beginning to carry me back toward Burner and the rest of his collection. I scream as loudly as I can, no longer embarrassed to need rescue. If there's any chance of anyone at camp hearing me, I need help, and I need it now. But I can't depend on that. I have no idea how far I've wandered, and if anyone is within earshot. I'm certainly not willing to gamble my life away on that hope. I thrash in the orc's grip, squirming frantically in the hopes that he might drop me. No amount of wiggling can get him to release his firm hold on my waist, though he does bring me closer to his chest, trying to contain me. Taking advantage of the situation, I decide to try the exact opposite approach. If he wants me close, I'll give him close. I wrap my arms around his neck, clinging to him tightly. Surprised, he takes a step back, trying to shake me off. But I won't give up that easily. I know that if I do release my stranglehold, he'll simply grab me again once he's got the advantage over me back once more. And then I don't have a chance of fighting him off, now that he knows it's coming. I attach myself to him, wrapping my legs around his waist to secure my position. The other orc moves toward me, trying to help his friend. I can feel his hands from behind, beginning to pry me off. Desperate, I rear my head backward, striking the orc behind me with a headbutt straight to the nose. He cries out, releasing me to massage his sore face. Then I turn my attention back to my original target, the orc that I'm hanging onto for dear life. With a feral snarl, I snap my head forward this time, clenching my teeth firmly onto his ear until I taste the metallic, salty tang of orc blood. He lets out a string of curses, and I relish the sound of pain in his voice. But then he whips himself around quickly and rams my body into a thick tree trunk. All the air whooshes from my lungs. Dizzy, I realise that he's struck my head off the tree. I can barely see straight, much less think. There's a ringing in my ears, and everything starts to get foggy as I limply slide down his form, crumpling to the ground. For the time being, both orcs ignore me. They're too busy tending to their minor wounds. I know that it's only a matter of time, and I can't go far in my current condition. But I manage to crawl over toward Burner, trying my hardest to focus through the buzzing that grows in my skull. She looks at me with teary, panicked eyes, forlorn as if she has lost all hope. It's going to be fine, I reassure her, my voice slow and thick. Vaguely, I recall the way that Roz comforted me and try to offer her the same. Someone will be along soon. There's a clan called the Burning Sun. I breathe out. Everything starts to swim, in and out of focus. I suddenly feel the ground rise up to meet the side of my cheek, and I can't seem to make myself move any further. Just as everything starts going grey, as if the sun has gone down for the night, I hear an anguished roar. Emilia!
Chapter 22. Ross. I traipse through the dense brush, trying to follow the broken sticks and twigs left behind by my Spitfire. Guilt claws at my throat. I shouldn't have yelled at her like I had. All I'd wanted was for her to agree to safely return to our settlement, but her refusal had worked me up so much that now it seemed like I was giving her no choice. I suppose in actuality that it isn't far from the truth, but it comes from a place of care, and not the desire to control her. The image of her underneath that wolf flashes through my mind, causing me to stumble and catch myself on a passing trunk before I end up flat on my face. I can't. I'm not strong enough to stomach her being that vulnerable again. I know to her my decision may seem cruel, but I'd rather her hate me and be alive than like me and be buried on a plot back at the settlement. It would crush me to carry her back there and prepare her for a tribute ceremony. In all honesty, I think the guilt would kill me. I steady myself and push away from the trunk to continue through the brush. Once my trip through the east is done and over with, I'll be able to talk to her again. By then I'll more than likely have my thoughts figured out and will be able to articulate them more clearly than I can right at this moment. All they're coming out as is anger and frustration when I feel anything but. My fear for her is overriding the practical side of my brain and forcing me into a primal state of protectiveness that's doing far more harm than good. I can't shut my emotions off when she's around, and it's making an already dangerous situation worse. Up ahead, I hear a heart-shattering shriek that has me plowing through the dense forest. "Berna!" the voice screams. I recognize it immediately. Emilia. My heart thunders in my chest, my hand reaching to my side to grab at the hilt of the machete and snap it from its holster in a single motion of my wrist. I break through the tree line, ending up at the bank of a small but babbling stream. Ahead of me, on the other side of the stream, is a caravan, much like my own. They have 2 covered wagons and a few hokin to haul them. On either side of the wagons are torches that have been mounted in order to give them a wide arch of light. There are several dozen orcs that are crowded around outside, huddled over a small group of human women who look battered. I spot Emilia amongst them, her body hunched over in an awkward position, while one of her hands reaches out to grasp another female's who I don't recognize. One of the orcs closest to them grabs a torch from the side of the caravan and holds it up high in order to see the rest of the group more clearly. Now that we've found ourselves a straggler, we'll be set to head back to the market. There's a chorus of laughter, deep and foreboding. I grip my machete tight in my hand and stalk forward towards them. I have no chance at taking them all down with just myself, but I can make enough of a distraction to let Emilia slip away unnoticed. If she's able to, she could even make it back to our camp and warn the others. I'd only have to hold them off long enough for Warwick or Parud to see her and come rushing to help. It isn't until I'm cutting through the stream that the caravan of orcs notice me. I hold back a snort. In any other instance, I'd chastise them for being so carelessly unaware, but right now it's given me an unseen advantage. Another orc, one towards the front, grabs another torch and holds it towards me. "Who might you be?" He bares his teeth at me in a wide grin, obviously thinking that I've come to try and steal his goods from him, or maybe even pilfer off the top. I glare and square my shoulders, feeling the uncomfortable pull of my bandage. "I believe you have something of mine." I hate the words that come out of my mouth. They taste bitter and sound too much like possession. But if it gets them to give me what I want, then I don't care. "We have nothing for you, bastard. Run along to whatever settlement you came from," There's another chorus of laughter that echoes around me. I glance around them all, spotting the weapons strapped to their hips and chests. Clubs, daggers, short swords, all of which will easily overpower me if turned on me at the same time. Damn. I breathe in deeply. I'll need to make as much noise as possible, hopefully enough to hear through the dense tree line to where my camp is. If they hear fighting, I know they'll come running. While they're distracted, I pull my machete up and drive it through the closest orc to me, catching him right in the throat and pinning him to the side of the caravan. There's a stunned silence that racks through the band of orcs, only broken up by the gurgling sounds of a throat choking on blood. I rip my machete away and don't bother watching for the body to drop before I'm on to the next one. I get another good slice in before the band immediately snaps into action. A club hits me first, knocking me off my course and causing me to awkwardly twerk my wrist in order to pull my machete back from the body I just stabbed it through. I grunt, feeling a gust of wind fly by me as a short sword is lobbed at my face. To the other side of me, I hear screaming. The females that had been captured scatter and run off in different directions, while the rest of the orcs descend upon me. I let out a furious cry, hoping that my voice is enough to carry. My body shoots backwards, making me stumble while I avoid another sword aimed directly for my gut in order to disembowel me. I grab at it, gritting my teeth when the blade slices through my hand, but keep my grip strong enough to yank it out of the wielder's hand. I toss it in the aim and spin it, using both my machete and the short sword as dual-wielding weapons against the frenzied fray. "Back!" I scream, catching another in the side and taking a good chunk out of him. "You bastard!" someone else screams back. The club comes out of nowhere, knocking me to the ground and dazing me. Stars litter my vision, my head throbbing with pain while I try to roll to my hands and knees and get up again. A boot comes and settles on my back, between my shoulders and holds me down in the grass, while another set comes around and kicks me repeatedly in the ribs. I strain, holding back pained grunts. Another boot crushes my hands, forcing me to let go of my weapons, which are quickly pulled away from me. Under the flickering torchlights, I can see that I've managed to drop at least 4 bodies. None of them move at all. My eyes dart around right before another kick catches me square in the ribs again, forcing my eyes shut from the pain. No females. Thank the gods. They must have managed to run during the fighting. It eases me some, even though I know I'm now more than likely going to die. This band will blame me for the escaping of their slaves, and they'll want to force me to pay for it with my life. I'm okay with that. At least Amelia got away from them. I wouldn't be able to stomach her being forced back into slavery, not after everything she's gone through. A hand fists my hair, dragging me up onto my knees. I'm breathing hard, trying to drag in as much air into my rapidly deflating lungs as I can in order to clear my vision enough to see. The orc from before, the one who told me to go back to my settlement, makes his way over to me. There's a large scar that stretches across his chest, an old wound that I'm surprised didn't kill him. Now that he's closer to me, I can see that one of his eyes is clouded over and unseeing. "You really thought you could take all of us on? You're more of an idiot than I assumed." There's a tense silence now. No longer are his band of orcs laughing and cajoling at my expense. I've taken out 4 of their men. I'm no longer considered a laughing matter. He bends and picks up my machete, holding it right up to my exposed throat. "You'll pay for what you did!" I fix him with a steely look. I don't care if he spills my blood as retribution. At least Amelia has gotten away. At least she's still free. The orc grins at me. "I'll skin you from your bones and use your hide as a rug." I tense as the blade is pressed against my skin. He applies just enough pressure to pierce the thin skin. Blood trickles down my chest, cool in the night air. Movement to the left of me catches my attention, and before I have the chance to glance over, I see a large glass bottle hucked at the orc in front of me. He doesn't see it coming, much too busy focused on me. It hits him right in the side of the head and shatters. Glass rains down around him, his head jerks back from the sudden force and causes him to stumble away from me. "What the hell?" he screams, a hand coming up to grasp at the side of his head, where blood pools around his fingers. I wipe around, my chest seizing as I see Amelia leaning out of the back of the caravan and holding another bottle in her hand. She raises it up in the air. The brown liquid inside sloshes around and glints in the light from the torch closest to her. "Screw off, you bastards!" she yells before tossing another bottle. It hits closer to me this time, shattering right at the feet of another set of orcs who quickly jump out of the way. I tuck and roll, getting out from under their grasp. I have just enough time to get to my hands and knees before yelling, "Amelia, run!"
Chapter 23. Amelia. I clamber up the side of the caravan as soon as Roz screams at me. I can't leave him defenseless like this, left to be disemboweled by these savages in order to give me a window of opportunity to run away. How much of a coward would I be to let the man I love die for me? I grip the strap of leather tight in my hands and heft myself up on top of the roof. It's sturdier than I expected. Down below, the orcs are going crazy. They swipe their weapons up at me, trying to catch me with glancing blows. I dart my eyes to the other side of the wagon, seeing Berna crouched down, hiding in the shadows. She hadn't wanted to leave without me, pulling me towards the stream in order to cross it, but I'd refused and hauled us back in order to rescue Roz. I'm sure she thinks I'm insane for wanting to rescue an orc when all we've ever been tortured by is their species. But I didn't have time to get into the logistics of trying to explain the differences between the Burning Sun clan's values versus the rest of them. "Get down here, you witch!" My hands grapple for the only other torch still hanging on the side of the wagon. I pull it up from its metal holder and stand slowly on top of the roof. Staring down at the orcs in front of me, I grip the torch tight in my hand. Roz is a few feet away from them, his wide eyes watching me with a terrified expression on his face. He's bloodied and beaten, and it makes my entire body heat from anger. I look around the crowd and find the leader of the band, making direct eye contact with him. He's still bathed in the alcohol I'd tossed at him, and it makes me smile to myself. "Screw all of you," I say and throw the torch at it. He stumbles back, but it's too late. The vapours from the alcohol ignite and burst into flames, coating him in a sea of fire. He lets out a tortured scream and drops to the ground immediately to roll around in the grass. Unfortunately, he ends up rolling right into the other puddle of alcohol and ignites that too. Fire bursts up from the ground, exploding up the sides of the caravan where the alcohol had splashed onto. "Amelia!" I gasp and turn to see Roz heading right for me. Fire crawls up the side of the wagon I'm on, the heat from it making me sweat immediately. I stumble and fall onto my knees, grasping onto the leather straps that are nailed into the wooden sides. Roz's body slams into the side of the wagon, jostling it enough to flatten me against the roof. I don't know what he's doing, but I can only guess that he's trying to move the wagon out of the way of the flames in order to keep me safe. On the other side of the wagon, Berna yells up to me, "Amelia, drop down!" I don't know where to go because this wagon is at least 12 feet off the ground. The fire has caught onto whatever is inside of it and fueled its own flames to rise much higher than the alcohol has. Roz slams against the side of it again, moving it just out of the way of the other one. However, it's too late, because that one also bursts into flames, the flammable inside exploding. I wince when the heat around me becomes almost unbearable. It feels exactly like I've been shoved inside of an oven and left to roast alive. "Amelia!" Berna yells for me again. I'll have to take my chances. Turning slightly, I keep a hold of the leather strap while shimming down the side where Berna is. My hips are just about over the edge when the leather suddenly snaps and careens me down to the ground. I hit it hard enough to knock the wind out of me. "Are you okay?" Berna's hands grab at me, pulling me up onto my feet with a surprising amount of strength considering she's incredibly emaciated. The wagon cracks and crumbles next to us. The fire eats it up hungrily and leaves barely anything recognizable. She pulls me away from the oppressive heat and closer towards the stream. I search frantically for Roz, not seeing him at all. There's only the growing pile of bodies at the foot of the caravan. My heart lurches in my chest. No, I fight the hold Berna has on me, but my body is so sore from the fall that I'm barely able to get anywhere. Stop! She forces me back farther, pulling me into the water. No! Tears are streaming down my face. Roz, I have to get him. Movement catches my attention, dragging me away from the fires and over to the woods where both Roz and I had appeared from. A few of the camp's orcs stumble out and look at the sight before them with utter confusion. Roz! I scream at them. Waruk spots me first. Damn it! He and a few others race forward, heading right for the caravan. Berna gasps, hiding behind me when the other two approach us. We're pulled out of the stream by careful hands. I sag into the one closest to me, realizing after a moment that I'm sobbing. Come on, it's Perud. Let's get you back to camp. Roz. They'll get him. I'm hefted up onto a strong shoulder. The last thing I remember before passing out is the smell of burning flesh stinging my nose. I wake up not too long after on a rolled-out cot inside one of the tents. I jolt up, wincing at my sore body. The tent is empty, except for me. My lungs tighten. Where's Roz? I get up slowly, moving at a snail's pace. The sun's just beginning to rise when I part the sides of the tent and step out into the cool morning air. Around me, it's deathly quiet. No movement from any of the other tens scattered around me, nor are orcs wandering around while on watch. A sickening feeling settles in my gut. I strain my hearing to catch a few voices, speaking quietly a few feet away from me. I head for them and try to keep myself from hyperventilating. There are a few orcs crowded around the outside of Roz's tent, huddled together as they discuss something in a serious set of voices. They stop when they spot me, turning to greet me as I walk over. Waruk steps forward first. Emilia, you should be resting. I shake my head. Where is he? The orc hesitates, looking back to his friends briefly. He's alive. My eyes water. He's hurt, isn't he? Waruk's mouth flattens into a thin line. He was badly burned on top of his other previous injuries. I cover my face with my hands. Oh gods, what have I done? Hey! A hand comes up to rest on my shoulder. It isn't your fault. I want to scream that it is, but what good will it do to argue about it now? Collecting myself, I drop my hands slowly. What now? He sighs. We need to take him back to the clan where he can heal. He's in a lot of pain. I swallow and nod. I'm coming with you. Pull is the next one to walk over. We're going to travel within the next half hour. You need to rest, Emilia. That's what he'd want. I hate that he says that because I know it's true. I know it's a tactic to guilt me into staying here safe. But what good does any of it do if I'll simply be worried about him the entire time they're heading back? I'll be a mess and much more of a liability if I'm left here. I'm coming with you. I'm not letting him out of my sight. My declaration seems to shock all of them. I fist my hands at my sides and regard them all with a hard look. I'm not backing down from this, no matter what they say to throw me off and guilt me further than I already feel. Waruk sighs after a long moment of silence between all of us. We're going to be carrying him on a stretcher. It'll be faster than taking the entire caravan with us. Pack whatever you need to travel lightly. The rest of the caravan will gather what you leave behind and bring it back with them while they follow us. I nod once. Okay, I'll be right back. Don't leave without me. I'm not sure if it's my tone, my glare, or a combination of both, but it causes Waruk to throw up his hands defensively. Okay, we won't. We'll wait for you right here. I nod once more. Good. I turn on my heel and run off towards my tent. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 24. Amelia. You can't go with them, Amelia. They're dangerous. I ignore Berna's voice chattering in my ear as I shove my bag full of what I'll need to travel with. I keep it light, not wanting to be slowed down and cause Roz to suffer any longer than he already has. Stay here with the caravan, I tell her. They'll take good care of you and the rest of the girls. She grabs my arm, stilling me. You can't be serious. She balks at me. I know from her perspective I must seem absolutely insane to suggest such a thing, considering all we've been subjected to is torture. But my time is running out, and there's not enough words for me to convey that her safety with the Burning Sun clan isn't going to be jeopardized. Berna. I try to flatten my tone in order to keep it from shaking. I know that I'm on the verge of hysterics, and one wrong move is going to send me down into a complete spiral. I need to hold it together long enough to get back to the settlement. That's all I keep hammering inside of my head. I know you're scared. I grasp her hand in mine. But I promise you that you will be safe with them. They don't believe in being cruel to humans. They'll take care of you while you follow us back. I'm sorry I can't stay with you, but I really need to go. Her eyes become teary. You can't leave me. You can't leave us. We don't know any of these people. I know that. I breathe in slowly, trying to keep my patience. But you need to trust me. Please, I'm honestly begging you. That stuns her. She falters for a small moment, her mouth opening and shutting as she tries to think of something to argue with me about. Even though we'd been separated for so long, our trust has never been broken. I've never lied to her about anything, even if at the time it might have been better to do so. I slide my hand out from hers and lace up my bag before hefting it over my shoulder. I'll see you when you arrive at the clan. He's burned so much worse than I could have imagined. I watch, swimming in guilt, as he's loaded carefully onto a stretcher and lifted into their air onto strong shoulders. There are bandages covering him from head to toe, making him look already dead. If I hadn't been staring at the quick rise and fall of his chest, I would have thought he was. I cover my mouth with my hand, holding in a cry of despair. I'd done this to him. I'd run off stupidly through the forest and gotten myself captured. All because I'd been too prideful to tell him how I really felt. I should have been honest and put my foot down about him trying to drive me away. He's only done it to protect me, and look where it had gotten him. Waruk and Paul head off with 2 other orcs that I don't recognise. I trail behind them, keeping myself at a close distance while we make our way down the path. I look behind me, seeing the caravan's lights growing smaller and smaller with each step we take. I know Berna and the rest of the slave girls will be fine and will be well taken care of while in the company of the orcs. I only hope that they aren't as stupid as me and take off running at the first chance they get. The journey is quiet, save for the occasional talking between the orcs while they navigate over traversed terrain. It must be difficult trying to carry something heavy while also watching their footfalls. I wish I could bear the brunt of some of it, even carrying a bag or 2 in order to lighten their load. I offer a few times and am met with solid no thank yous each time. It makes my chest ache. I know that they're not trying to show it, but I can tell that none of them are happy I'm here. Whether it be because I'm endangering them slowing down or their anger at getting their friend hurt, I'm not sure. Either is a valid reason to hate me. The sun rises lazily over the trees above us. I would think of it as a beautiful morning if I wasn't so wrapped up in my despair. I should have listened to Roz when he'd told me to stay at the base. I was stupid to consider his warning unfounded. Of course I'd become a liability. I wasn't even half as strong as an orc. I thought that my wit would be enough to keep me safe, but clearly I was so wrong. All it's done is hurt the person I love. Tears sting my eyes and leak down my cheeks. I silently cry, not bothering to wipe away at my face in case I catch the attention of any of them and cause them to stop and make sure that I'm all right. I can't bear any of their sympathies right now. It's just around mid-afternoon when we finally arrive back home. We're met with a flurry of activity. Apparently, while I'd been off packing, Perud had run ahead to warn the clan that we'd be arriving. A smart move on their part, especially since they quickly whisk Roz away to the infirmary. Camille and Mary are waiting for me as well, looping their arms around my tired body and carefully leading me to the infirmary as well. I want to tell them not to bother, but I'm so tired from the brisk pace I'd kept up in order to stay with the pack that I feel just about ready to collapse. Let's get you cleaned up, Amelia. I nod and let them fold me down onto one of the cots. Down the hall, I can hear more activity, which I can only assume is the entire staff waiting on Roz. Relief floods through me. I'm glad there are people here that will be able to help him. Both Camille and Mary strip me of my clothes and tend to my wounds, all of which are dirty and crusted over from my journey back here. My hand hurts the worst out of anything, though, requiring a quick set of stitches before I'm whisked away to the showers. What about Roz? I ask, as Camille turns on the shower for me. He's in the best hands right now, don't worry. You need to focus on getting yourself better so that you can be there for him. I nod numbly and step into the hot spray. It stings, but I don't care. It's a punishment from what I've done. Everything will be okay, Amelia, Mary tells me, pulling the curtain back to give me some privacy. I wish I could believe her. 2 days pass by agonizingly slow. I spend them in the infirmary at Roz's bedside, talking to him about anything and everything. I don't know why or how I started it, but I think it's to fill the deafening silence. He sleeps day and night, never once moving from underneath the thin sheet that is tucked over him. I watch the rise and fall of his chest for hours on end, hoping that eventually he'll wake up. But he doesn't. Bonnie had told me that he'd inhaled a lot of smoke, and it would take him a while to wake up because of it. I guess I never expected it to last this long, especially with no other signs of life other than his laboured breathing. Guilt and shame are my only companions at this point. In passing, I hear of the caravan finally making it back to the clan, the slaves we'd rescued in tow with them. I'm actually pleasantly surprised that none of them ended up running off. I suppose my speech to Berna had had its intended effect after all. Once Roz wakes up, I'll head out to find Berna and the rest of the girls to make sure they're settling in okay. Until then, I know that Mary and the rest of them will take care of the girls like they did me when I'd first come. If, I remind myself, if he wakes up. I grasp his hand in mine, running my fingers over his and feeling the warmth seep into mine. I wish he'd wake up. I miss his voice and those big green and red eyes looking at me like I'm the only thing in the entire room worth looking at. I try to hold back my tears, swallowing my choked sobs before they are able to crawl up my throat. I sniffle softly to myself. Maybe it's high time I rang up Bonnie to grab me some food. It may help me feel a little more like myself. I push back from my chair and go to stand when Roz's hand twitches under mine. I freeze, looking down at him while holding my breath. His eyes move underneath his lids, the side of his mouth, the one not covered by any bandages, twitches. Bonnie, I say, not believing what I'm seeing. A small grunt escapes Roz's lips. But Bonnie, he's awake!
Chapter 25. Roz. Waking up feels like a strange dream mixed with an eternal nightmare. The pain of the burns poison almost every inch of my body. from my hands to my toes and everything in between. It's much worse than I imagined. My only saving grace is Amelia staying by my side through all of it. During my time unconscious, she was the only thing that I could focus on. Her sweet voice pulling me out of the inky darkness and keeping me just below the surface of falling forever into an oblivion that threatened to pull me under for forever. I'll never know how I'll be able to thank her for that, or even explain to her how much she means to me. At this point, words don't feel like enough. How could I possibly convey how special she is to me with a simple sentence? How could I sum it all up so simply? I can't, even if I were to try to. It isn't long after I wake up that Bonnie and the shaman arrive to examine me. They remark quite a few times that I'm healing relatively well, all things considered. I can't help but want to question that, but mostly out of the sheer amount of gauze currently wrapped around my body. It seems more like I'm lucky to be alive and a miracle at that. I barely remember being pulled from the fire, let alone traveling back to our clan to receive medical treatment. Everything is such a blur, and when I try to focus on it, my head starts to hurt. Amelia holds my hand closest to her through all of it, though. It's the one part of my body that was only slightly burned during the fire, and a place where I can feel her touch properly while I'm told of what happened. It impresses me that they were able to get me back here so quickly, all things considered. Of course, we hadn't traveled too far away from the clan by the time we were attacked by the wolves, and then again by the other traveling caravan dot, but enough that the journey back had taken some time. I'll have to find out who were the brave volunteers that decided to risk taking me back under such delicate circumstances, and thank them personally. I'm not very good at rewarding people, but I'll have to come up with something. They all deserve it for what they did. I squeeze Amelia's hand once it's time for Bonnie and the shaman to leave us, and take in the pinched brow and worried expression that colors her beautiful face. I'm so glad she wasn't harmed from the fire, but I hate to see what was done to her while she'd been away from me. There is still a tinge of bruising around her mouth and cheek from where she'd been struck. Thankfully, other than that, she looks okay. I hope she isn't in pain. She surprises me when she asks, "Can I get you anything?" I shake my head at her. "Please sit with me." A small smile breaks across her face. It's a bit of a wry look, one I'm not used to seeing on her face. "I've been sitting with you this whole time." "Yes." I can feel the corners of my eyes crinkle. "I heard." Her eyes widen. "You heard, as in, you heard me talking to you?" I nod, remembering the stories that she's gone on and on about while she sat by my side. "Yes, about your old settlement and your friendship with Berna. It was lovely to hear, especially since I was restless as I slept." Her eyes soften. She surprises me when she pulls my hand up to her lips and places a kiss on each knuckle individually. "I'm so sorry, Roz." I swallow thickly, trying to contain my emotions from such a soft display of affection. "For what?" "Just..." She heaves out a sigh, her shoulders coming forward as she hunches. "I wish you never found me." That makes me frown. "I heard you scream." "Of course I would come running." She shakes her head at me. "No, back at the base. I wish... I've only caused you trouble since you rescued me." "Oh, Amelia." I force my body to sit up slowly. "No!" She puts her hands out, gently trying to coax me back down onto the cot. I ignore her and fit myself up to where my back can rest easily against the wall. The skin underneath the bandages pulls uncomfortably, but not enough for me to stop. I grab her hand again and tug her up away from her seat. "Come here." "No," she pulls back. "I don't want to hurt you." "Nonsense, you'd be doing me a favor." She bites her bottom lip. "Roz, my legs weren't burned." "Come sit." I pat my lap. Amelia breathes out a laugh. "I didn't think you'd be so persistent when first waking up." I grin at her, pleased when she makes her way onto the cot and swings her leg across my lap to sit. When I want something, I usually get it. She rolls her eyes at me. Funny. Her eyes run over me, taking me in. I can't imagine what she sees. A brutally wounded orc who looks ugly and burned. I've never been one to care about physical appearances, but knowing she's now looking at me so closely like this is making me uneasy. I don't want her to not want me. After everything we've been through. Amelia, I thought I killed you. I cup her face with my good hand, wiping away her tears when they fall down her cheeks. You didn't. I could've. I can see the guilt and despair eating away at her. I hate to see her beating herself up for things that weren't her fault and never were to begin with. How unfair is it that others did harm and she took the blame? What an awful feeling. Amelia, look at me. I try to give her a smile when she does. I know I'm not much to look at, but trust me when I say that I don't regret a thing. She sniffles softly, wrapping a hand around my wrist. What are you talking about, Roz? I don't think you're ugly. Not at all. Well, I'm sure these burns won't be doing much for my complexion once they heal. I don't care about any of that. And besides, you're the most handsome orc in the entire camp. Everyone thinks so too. I can't help it. I bark out a laugh. Well, that's news to me. She rolls her eyes again, a few more tears falling, but there is a small smile that crosses her face. It's true, I think so at least. I squeeze her cheeks and pull her closer to me. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever met, Amelia. I mean that. Her eyes widen while her cheeks turn a lovely rosy shade. And don't you ever think that I regret saving you. I continue. I never have and never will. I'm sad about the circumstances in which we met, but I'm glad you were brought to me. You've changed my life. I watch as Amelia takes in a long, deep breath, her chest expanding with the motion. You actually mean that? I smile. Of course I do. When she lets it out, she whispers, Gods, I love you. My body stills. I couldn't have heard that correctly. Right? What? Her face flushes again. Her eyes dart away from mine, looking off to where she places her hand and tries to slide off of my lap. I grab her immediately, forcing her to stay in place and face me. Amelia, forget it, she says quickly. Say it again. Her head snaps back up. Those beautiful amber-colored irises regard me with hesitation. Love you, Roz. I feel my throat tighten, constricting with emotion that I've never felt before. You are serious? Amelia lets out a small huff. Oh, of course I am. Listen, if you don't feel the same way. I grab her face and kiss her into silence. My heart pounds inside of my ribcage, my entire body flooding with a wave of euphoria that slightly rivals the night that we were intimate together. I can't believe this. This incredible warrior of a woman, loving me, doesn't feel real. I pull back from her lips slowly, needing to hear it once more. Say it again. Her lip quirks up. I love you, Roz, truly and deeply, more than I've ever loved anyone. Gods, I breathe out, kissing her again. She's careful not to hurt me as she presses her hands to my chest over the gauze wrappings. I want to lay her down on this bed and have my way with her, but I know that for both of us, it's not a great idea. We're both still clearly recovering, and I wouldn't want to put any unnecessary strain on that for her. When she parts from my lips, her hands come up to cup my face. Please tell me you feel the same. I laugh softly at the ridiculousness of that plea. Of course I do, Amelia. I've loved you from the moment I rescued you. Her eyes water again, glossy and beautiful looking. Really? Yes. I turn my head to kiss at her palms. I've wanted to protect you just as a mate should, but I didn't want to put that on you when you were so badly hurt by my kind. You've shown me that there are good orcs out there, Roz, people like you that refuse to subjugate humans and treat them like dirt. You're a good person and someone that I admire. I smile. Be mine, Amelia. She laughs softly. Of course I will.
Chapter 26. Emilia. It doesn't take long back at the mini hospital for Bonnie to declare that Roz will be all right. After the first few most dangerous days, he isn't in any imminent danger, not anymore. With the proper care, we know that he is going to survive. Now, it's just a matter of how thorough his healing can be. Roz has suffered severe burns, and nothing was going to happen instantaneously. So I affix myself firmly to his side, making sure that he gets everything that he needs. I want him to have the fullest chance at recovery, and I take it upon myself to be his bedside nurse. Bonnie, of course, is the medical professional. She dictates everything, and I follow her directions. For nearly 2 weeks, I change his bandages every day, carefully, exactly the way that Bonnie shows me. The depth and severity of his burns mean that he has a high risk of infection. If he should acquire an infection, it can set his progress back significantly. He is more likely to have permanent, long-term damage or scarring that never goes away. That means that his bandages need to be cleaned and changed daily. It's not fun for him, of course, but I do my best to be as gentle as possible. At the beginning, I need to soak the bandages in water before I even attempt to remove them. They tend to plaster themselves to his healing, raw skin. Once they loosen in the water basin, I tenderly push them aside. Then I wash the exposed area, put the necessary salve on the skin, and rebandage him. It's a process that takes several hours, though we take frequent breaks so that neither of us gets too overwhelmed. In between, I entertain him to keep his spirits up. I invent silly little games that he can play from his bed, or tell him stories. Sometimes Camille drops off her biscuits that he loves so much, and I feed him. After about 2 weeks, his wounds are beginning to heal. I still have to change the bandages, but they no longer stick to the surface of what used to be open sores. The process gets much simpler and faster, and Bonnie no longer monitors for signs of infection every day. When the surface of his skin seals completely, Bonnie has me begin to gently massage lotion onto him every day. She says that it will help stimulate new growth, reduce scarring, and jolt the damaged tissue beneath back to life. Because he's no longer quite so sensitive, my touch isn't as painful for him as it once was. Every day he enjoys my caress a bit more and is able to relax. We slowly begin to take bigger liberties, worrying less. Though I still want to take care of him, once he starts getting out of bed and moving around, it gets easier to stop thinking of him as fragile. Because he really isn't, not anymore. He's not the same old Roz that he was, not at 100% yet. But as Bonnie warns me over and over, that's going to take time. There's simply no shortcut or magic that can fix him as though the fire never happened. Still, every day we seem to get closer and closer to a place where it's almost possible to forget the fire. Even for a few minutes, to let it slip from our minds. One night, we cuddle up together in his hospital bed. He lays on his back, and I lay on my side, my head tucked into his shoulder. For so long, I could barely touch him without causing pain. So now I feel as though I can't get close enough to him. I still have to be gentle, but he's so much more mobile now that it's hardly a concern. Sometimes in our little bed, it feels as if he's nursing me more than I'm nursing him. He likes to nuzzle up against my neck, kissing it, or nip at the side of my ear. We haven't done much more than that, partly because I'm afraid to hurt him. It's also difficult in the hospital to tell just how much privacy we're going to have. At the beginning, people and orcs wandered in and out nearly endlessly, wanting to send their regards and well wishes. The steady stream of traffic has slowed considerably, but it's still not anywhere near as isolated as being at home. Only in the last few days has it really become noticeable, as a more animated and healthier Roz tries to paw at me. I giggle, loving the attention, but ultimately always remind him of our location. The last thing I need is for Bonnie to waltz in and find me straddling the patient. Though I suppose I could argue that I'm just trying to keep his spirits high. That's an essential part of the healing process, right? Of course, I might need my own hospital bed when I nearly die from embarrassment. I'm feeding Roz another one of Camille's biscuits from a basket that Mary brought by earlier today. At this point, he could really feed himself, but I like pretending that he needs me too much to let my role go just yet. Roz, meanwhile, seems to like playfully trapping my fingers in his mouth. I giggle and scold him, but a moment later, he'll do it again. When the biscuit is gone, I sit up, brushing crumbs off the bed. Roz watches me with an amused expression. "Don't you ever just sit still, take a nap?" he asks. "Nope," I reply firmly, shaking my head. "I can sleep when I'm dead. I've come close to that too many times to waste a minute." He props himself up on one arm, patting the side of the bed. "Come on," he persists. "For me. Come nap with me. I need my rest." I giggle again, but concede. "Fine," I agree, trying to sound haughty. "But you're very lucky that you're cute, because I wouldn't do this for just anyone." He huffs, pretending to be indignant. "I should hope not." As I lay down beside him once more, he taps the end of my nose. "Also, orcs aren't cute." I give him a sideways look. I act as though I'm thinking it over, and then shake my head. "No, you're definitely cute. Sorry, not my rules." He growls at me playfully, then ends all further conversation by planting a steamy kiss on the side of my neck that makes my toes curl. For a moment I simply relish the feeling. Then I can't help the comment that springs to mind. "This isn't napping," I remind him in a staged whisper, "in case you didn't know." Now it's his turn to shake his head dismissively. "I don't care," he replies flatly. "You wanted something to do. This is better than napping." I squirm pleasurably a little at his touch, a heat starting to burn in my belly. I haven't forgotten how good it was between us the last time, all those weeks ago, and I wouldn't mind an encore. But later, when he's ready for it. I don't want to rush him through his recovery and suffer a setback. Still, it doesn't mean I can't enjoy this. Just for a moment I decide. I can feel my resolve starting to crumble, and mentally I begin to prime myself to not let it go too far. He stops suddenly, pulling his head up and stares at me. His eyes are wide, as if an exciting thought just occurred to him. I'm too busy mourning the sudden loss of his touch to be as enthused as he is, and stare back, frowning. "What?" I demand finally, a mixture of frustration and suspicion on my face. He's spent days now trying to coax me into making out with him. He finally had me under his thumb, raring to go, and now he stops. "I just thought of something even better that you can do. Better than napping or kissing. Well, barely better than kissing, but still." "What's that?" I reply warily, not sure I trust where he's going with this. "Be my mate." He announces it in the most serious, deadpan voice, as though it was something perfectly normal to say. I'm flabbergasted at first, trying to make sense of what he's just said. "Be your mate?" I echo, stunned. He nods. "I think it's a terrific idea myself, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on the matter." Whatever comes out of my mouth next, it's not words. I stammer and stutter as I try to organise my thoughts. He waits patiently as strange little sounds burst out of me, my brain unable to form any sort of coherent reply. But, to borrow his words, I think it's a terrific idea myself. I just can't seem to make my mouth cooperate as readily as his did to say them. Finally, I give up, resorting to the one thing I don't need my mouth for. I nod furiously as happy tears spring to my eyes. He grins, accepting that as all the answer he needs. Then he props himself up on his elbow once more, wrapping his other arm around me in a hug as his lips claim my own. "Good," he whispers, and there's a dark twinkle in his eyes. Good. I couldn't have said it better myself. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 27. Roz. I kiss her deeply, relishing the taste of her. It goes on, but never feels like quite enough. Coaxing her lips open, my tongue works its way to find her own. Passion crackles through my veins, thick and heavy. Then it roars to life until I am lost to everything but the feel of her mouth, of her body next to mine. It's been so long since we've been intimate. At first, I was too injured to think much of it. But I'm feeling much better now, and I'm ready. Ready to claim what's mine. And she is mine. She said so herself. My mate, forever. I begin to roll over on top of her, pinning her between me and the mattress. She reacts almost instantly, but not in the way that I intend. Gently pushing me off, back to my side of the bed, she sits up, looking at me with a flushed face, her amber eyes glittering. She creases her brow. What if you hurt yourself? I'm fine, I say, trying to reassure her. I want this too bad to be dissuaded that easily. She frowns, a flicker of doubt spreading across her features. Opening her mouth to speak, she hesitates, looking torn. It's clear that there's a part of her that wants this too, but she's trying hard to stay rational. I can almost see the wheels turning in her head as she evaluates her choices, trying to decide if it's safe enough. I grumble good-naturedly. Stop worrying so much. Pressing a line of kisses down her neck, she makes a sighing sound that drives me wild. There's a part of me that appreciates her concern. Under most circumstances, it's a wonderful thing, her care. If I could just get her to let go of it for a few minutes. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
She giggles again, laying her head on my chest. We both relax, and I take a deep breath, enjoying the floral scent of her hair. Shifting the arm closest to her, I begin to stroke the skin of her arm gently. She returns the favor by idly running her fingers over my bare chest. Bonnie says that massaging you every day helps the blood flow. What do you think that did? We've found the miracle cure for sure, I declare teasingly. Do that every day and I'll be healed in no time. I can feel my skin mending itself as we speak. She laughs and then reaches down to pull a blanket from the bottom of the bed over us both. Once she's back into her position, we snuggle back into each other. I rather like this small hospital bed. Maybe I'll have to get one of my own in the future. Are you okay? She can't help but ask. I didn't hurt anything, did I? I can't help but grin down at her, feeling content and satisfied. Oh, I'm not just okay, I'd say I'm fantastic. Because of that? Or because I agreed to be your mate? I twist my neck, planting a kiss on the top of her head. Can it be both? I ask.
Chapter 28. Amelia. 2 months later. I run my hands over the fine silk dress and admire myself in the mirror. It's such a beautiful cream colour that I can't believe it's even real. Vera had been the one to help pick it out for me, explaining to me that she'd had a similar colour dress when she'd gotten married. I'd told her that I wasn't experienced in human traditions around weddings, and even more removed from Orcs' traditions. But the other girls had reassured me that Vera's expertise with romance novels and her own ceremony had given her the perfect insight into melding the two together. "You look amazing, Amelia." Vera smiles at me softly. I breathe out slowly and reach up to touch the complicated braids that my hair had been twisted into earlier. I feel it. I admit, I really do look the bridal part. I hadn't been expecting anything before I looked into the mirror, but standing here now I can really feel the finality of it all setting in. I'm really getting married. Behind me, Camille comes up and grabs my shoulders, squeezing them gently. "Let's get you out to your mate. I hear he's impatiently waiting." I have to laugh at that. Roz being anything but patient is of course over-exaggerating since he's the most patient person I know. But imagining him dancing around on the balls of his feet while waiting for me to arrive is a charming image that I hope is actually true. He'd been excited when telling me about the ceremony after he'd officially asked me to be his. I'd been nervous about it since a lot of the clan would be present for it as witnesses to our union. Having that much attention on me and my future mate is intimidating. What I hadn't expected were the other mates to come to my rescue. All of them had been incredible at helping me get prepared and in figuring out what I wanted the ceremony to be like. Roz hadn't cared either way, only reassuring me that as long as I was his at the end of the day, he'd be up for anything. It had been then that I realised how lucky I am to have found him. I turn away from the mirror and let Camille and Vera lead me out into the sunshine. It's such a beautiful day out, perfect for a wedding ceremony. Almost as if it's a sign from the world that today is supposed to be a special day. I'm brought down to the town square in the centre of the village, and even from a few yards away, I can tell that there's an excited energy coming from the crowd. I can see that towards the front, Berna stands along with some of the other girls we'd rescued. It makes my heart thud, seeing them all well fed and taken care of. I knew bringing them back here would be good for them, and I'm happy to see it for myself. I haven't gotten much of a chance to spend any time with them since Roz's injuries had taken up most of my time, so I'm glad they decided to be here to witness my union. I squeeze Camille's arm with my hand, my entire body vibrating with nerves. She leans over and whispers in my ear, "Ready?" I smile and nod quickly. I am. I'm so ready to finally be joined with Roz after all this time. We'd fought so hard to be together that now, making it official, only seems right. I'm brought to the beginning of a makeshift aisle. Flower petals are sprinkled down the centre of it, and it leads through the crowd of people to where I see Roz standing next to an orc I don't recognise. Camille unloops her arm from around me and gives me one last reassuring squeeze before disappearing into the crowd, presumably to find her mate. I look over to my right, smiling at Vera and mouthing a thank you to her as well. She's been such a rock through all of this. All the women have. When she heads off, I finally turn and focus my attention on Roz. He looks so handsome, smiling at me widely. He wears a white robe that is fastened in the front with panelling that seems to be sewn into it. His long braids are parted to fall over his shoulder in a beautiful wave. Gods, I love him so, so much. Roz holds his hand out to me, beckoning me forward. A warm feeling comes over me. I can't believe this is finally happening. I'm finally here, ready to marry the man of my dreams. I never thought I'd get here, or make it this far in my life for me to be happy. It feels all too much like a blessing that I somehow have earned. I head down towards him, aware of all the eyes following me. It's a wary feeling, having so much attention on me, but all I can focus on is him. He takes my hand in his as soon as I reach him and pulls me in close so that our bodies are almost pressed against each other. A murmur of laughter filters through the crowd, warming my cheeks. I grin up at him, mouthing, "I love you." He beams down at me with pride in his eyes. On our other side, the unfamiliar orc, who I vaguely recall Camille telling me about, starts moving around us. He speaks in an unfamiliar tongue that startles me at first, but a tight squeeze from Roz's hands around mine calms me down just as quickly. Raising his staff up, the shaman shakes it a few times, rattling the bones that have been tied around the top of it. I watch him carefully, fascinated by the way that he hovers around us. He chants softly in the same language that I can't understand, moving around us in a wide circle. I feel a kind of energy enveloping us. Whether it's spiritual or all in my mind, I'm not sure. But it lifts me, giving me a sense of reverence that I've never felt before. I look up into Roz's eyes, wanting to melt into that love-filled gaze he stares down at me. It's honestly unbelievable that my entire life has led up to this moment. Meeting him has been the single best thing that's ever happened to me, and now I get to share forever with him. The shaman stops once he's made a full circle around us and speaks again, holding his arms out to address the entire group. Let us bind you two together, so your spirits will become one in the same. We shall take these cords of life and bring you both together to tether you for eternity. 2 other orcs step forward with long ropes of twine held together in their hands. They wrap it around us along with our hands, tethering us. I look at the bindings curiously. Small flowers have been woven between strands along with small herbs that smell amazing. I look back up into Roz and smile. Together, you both shall become entwined. We celebrate this union today and ask the god of war for his blessing. The shaman holds his staff up high into the air, the bones rattling once more. A careful breeze rolls through the town square, picking up some of the petals and scattering them further down the small aisle, while silence reigns over us. It's long and filled with bated breath, as if waiting for a divine sign from above. I close my eyes and breathe in deeply. My lungs fill with the floral scents of the twine wrapped around Roz and I. Even if we were to be struck by lightning at this moment, I wouldn't care. At least I'd be able to spend the last few moments alive with the man that I loved more than anything. I open my eyes when I hear the bones rattling again. Slowly, the shaman lowers his staff, smiling. The bonding has been successful. You have been blessed. Anyone who wishes to offer their own blessings to this couple may step forward now. Around us, the procession murmurs again with excitement. One by one, members of the clan come up to offer their blessings to us. Most of them I don't know, but they're kind enough to congratulate us both. I smile at each and every one of them, feeling tender-hearted with each exchange. It's amazing how tight-knit this community is. I haven't been here for long, but I already feel as if I'm being integrated fully and with open arms. All my life I've been afraid of orcs and terrified of the power they hold. But not here. Here I feel equal. I can't help but tear up at the thought of finally having a home to call my own after so long of not having one. Berna kisses my cheek as she blesses me. She rests her forehead against mine, murmuring quiet words that cause my tears to streak down my cheeks. I'm so happy for you, Amelia, she tells me, wiping away my tears gently. You deserve this. For once, I finally believe those words. As she leaves, I spot each of the mates come forward to bless me, kissing my cheek in the same spot Berna had, and giving a warm and hearty pat to Roz's shoulder. May you have many children, most of them joke, cajoling us. I laugh as Roz thanks them with reddened cheeks, both of us finding it rather ironic that they had gone out of their way to say that. If only they knew. As the last person steps back from us, the shaman moves around us in a circle once more, spreading salt, herbs, and more flower petals. Today we witness the bond between Amelia and Roz. The shaman addresses us again. You are now mates for life. I wish you happiness, joy, and many, many children. We laugh as those around us erupt into exciting chatter, some of them clapping as Roz pulls me into a heated kiss. I lean my body into him, letting us get tangled up in the twine in each other's arms. I love this man so much that I could burst with it. We laugh as we part, both of us drunk on each other the way I'm sure kids feel with their first crush. I gaze up at him, letting him hold me like it's the first time. I press my hands over his heart and feel the thundering beat under my hand, thrumming with life. Step out of the circle and we shall get you both unwrapped, the shaman tells us. I reluctantly let go of Roz and let him guide us out of the salt circle. We're disentangled from the twine, which I'm sad to see go. It's such a beautiful piece of work that it makes me sad it will be destroyed. Roz tilts my chin up, reading my mind instantly. I'll be taken and preserved for us. We can use it to decorate our home. My eyes widen. Really? We get to keep it? He chuckles. Of course, it was made for only us. Wow, that's a beautiful tradition. He smiles again, leaning forward and pulling me into a kiss. Not as beautiful as you.
Chapter 29. Ross. Many more of the clan arrives at the reception to congratulate us. It gives me a sense of pride for so many of my fellow orcs to welcome my mate with such open arms. I never had doubts, but I'm glad to see her fears of us being slowly erased by each and every one. More than a few times I catch her hand glancing down over her belly, and a newfound pride puffs up my chest. We've yet to announce our news to anyone in the clan, even Loki. But I think that doing so here and now is the perfect occasion. Why not doubly celebrate? I lean over and whisper into Amelia's ear, hearing her giggle and rub my back as she nods in agreement. I kiss her cheek and look out towards the reception. Many of the guests gather around in small groups to chat, a lively energy among them all at the festivities. My eyes track a few of the cooks from the canteen, moving around diligently and offering small plates of food off of large trays to each group. This kind of gathering has always given me a warm feeling in my chest. The tightness of our clan is not something to ever be taken lightly. I know this much from traveling and seeing firsthand that our way of life is much different than most and should never be taken for granted. I put my arm around my mate and address the crowd. Everyone! We would like to make an announcement! The chatter dies quickly, heads turning our way curiously. I feel Amelia lean into my side, curling her arm around my back. My rock, my mate, the one who I'll be spending my life with. I'm so lucky that I could cry right in front of the entire clan. We have news to share with you all. I grin. I'm going to be a father. Amelia laughs, putting her hand over her belly. We found out a few days ago. Both of us jump slightly when cheering erupts through the entire reception. I can barely hear Amelia's own laughter through it all, but I can certainly feel her body vibrating against my side. I laugh as well, and swoop my arms under her to pick her up and hold her in my arms. She kisses my cheek, shouting an "I love you" in my ear. I turn to her and kiss her deeply. My love and my life, here with me for forever. It's well after dark by the time we arrive back home. Both of us are understandably exhausted from the festivities of the day. I'm happy to finally be alone with her once more. I'd gotten so used to only having to share her time occasionally with Bonnie or the shaman while I'd been recovering, that getting interrupted repeatedly while people from the clan came up to congratulate us had been making me slightly grouchy, or it could be my sensitivity to my mate being pregnant. I'm surprised when Amelia pulls me into a heated kiss the moment we get the door closed behind us, and I meet her with the same feverish pace. Lifting her up into my arms again, I carry her up to our bedroom. I pull back from her as I reach the steps, carefully climbing them while she moves her lips down my jaw. I growl, wanting desperately to be buried inside her. When I reach our bedroom, I push the door open and laugh softly. Amelia lifts her head and looks over her shoulder. What? Oh, wow! I set her down gently, letting her explore the bedroom for herself. Evidently, the mates had popped over before we'd left the reception for the night and redecorated a little. There are candles lit everywhere, their flames flickering gently. Flower petals have been spread all along the floor, coating the hardwood in a soft, velvet-like carpet. Our bed has been made up nicely with a large pile of rose petals in the shape of a heart sitting on top. Did you do all of this, Roz? I smile and wrap my arms around her from behind, settling my hands over her belly. No, but I suspect I know who might. She tilts her head up at me, smiling. You'll have to tell me so that I can write them a thank you. I chuckle and peck her head. In the morning, we'll write one together. Deal. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
I love you, I murmur to her. She opens her eyes and takes my hand away from her face and brings it down between us to rest over her belly. I love you too, Roz. More than you will ever know. I smile at her. Oh, but I think I really do. I trace my fingers over her belly, the life of our child growing inside of her, filling me with a deep sense of purpose. My mate, my family, my forever.
Chapter 30. Emilia. Data! Fire screams the word so loudly that it makes me jump, her voice shrill with excitement. Rubbing my ear, I turn to face the door, acknowledging her shriek. She's correct, not that I doubted her. Fire certainly knows who her father is. He's poking his head in through the open doorway, making a silly face at her. I rush to the door, excited to see that he's home. Tonight we have plans for our anniversary. I've been a bit anxious all day at the thought of him missing them. He's adjusted his work schedule to spend more time at home with us. He only leaves once a month now, and only for a few days at a time. The longest trip he's gone on since Fire's birth was only 4 days, and the girls helped me a lot during that time. I really can't complain, because we're very fortunate to have as much time together as we do. Still, that doesn't mean I'm not glad he's here with time to spare. I launch myself toward him, flinging the door open the rest of the way. Wrapping my arms around him in a tight hug, I give him a big kiss. Fire lets out another gleeful squeal at the sight, feeding off my enthusiasm. She must decide that she wants to join us, because she starts to scramble out of the little rocking chair that Roz picked up on one of his trips. It's just her size, and her favourite place to sit contentedly, though she never sits for that long. She's already walking, to everyone's surprise. Walk might be a bit of a stretch, because it's more like a barreling, bow-legged stumble, but it's still sooner than anyone expected, even though she's half orc. Orc babies seem to have higher muscle tone and advance quicker in physical skills. Fire is so eager to see him that she tries to run to the door, but her feet seem to move faster than the rest of her, and when she accidentally jerks both legs off the floor at the same time, she lands in a heap. Roz immediately responds, scrambling toward her with his arms outstretched. But she doesn't wait for him, popping brightly up off the floor and bouncing up and down on her stubby, squat legs. Hi, she beams. Hi, up. Then, as if to make her point, she thrusts her arms into the air, waiting impatiently and bouncing a few more times for good measure. I don't say a word about this exchange, though I can't help but smirk to myself. Fire has Roz absolutely wrapped around her little finger. The way that he'll run to dust her off for the tiniest thing makes me shake my head. But deep down, I have to admit that it's nice he's so attentive. Even though she's a baby, Fire is hardly as fragile as Roz thinks she is. I suppose the difference is that I spend every day with her. I've seen her take so many tumbles that I hardly blink anymore. The child falls as much as she walks, it's simply the way of things. Roz, the protector, still seems to think that it's his job to save her from gravity. I've given up that fight, knowing she just has to learn on her own. Still, cuddling with Dad after each little trip can't hurt anything. He gives in to her demands readily, scooping her up in his arms. "You're home early," I remark, sidling up to stand beside them both. "We left early in the morning," he replies. "Everyone grumbled a bit, but I wanted to leave time in case anything happened along the way. I told them you'd kill me if I was late. I think they believed it." I know that he's referring to the other members of his caravan team. "They should," I reply, kissing his cheek. "I would have." I watch for a moment as he tickles and cuddles with Fire. She giggles and squeezes his cheeks, and he shakes his head, making a goofy noise that sends her into peals of laughter. My heart swells at the sight, never tired of the reminders of how lucky I am to have this happy little family. "Since you're home so early," I begin slowly, trailing off thoughtfully. That gets his attention. He perks up, looking at me with interest, and raises a skeptical eyebrow. "That means I have plenty of time to take a bath before dinner," I chortle to myself. He sighs a little, playfully teasing me. "You haven't taken a bath? Is that what I smelled?" He looks at Fire, plugging his nose in an exaggerated fashion. "P.U." She solemnly repeats the motion after him, as though it were the most serious matter in the world. "P.U." I roll my eyes at the two of them, but don't hesitate. Halfway to the bathroom before anyone can stop me, I yell back over my shoulder. "You try taking a bath when you're stuck home with a toddler who's into everything." "She can't be talking about you," I hear Roz declare to Fire. "You're a perfect Orkling, aren't you? You probably stay home and read the entire time I'm gone, don't you?" Fire cackles. We arrive at Camille's restaurant just in time. Camille has the tables already set up for everyone, pushed off to the side a bit so that the children have room to move without bothering anyone else. We've all gotten good, with practice, of how to keep our large brood entertained. Between us, there's so many children these days that our group outings had to adopt. But it doesn't stop us from getting together frequently. Even for our anniversary, we knew that we wanted to include all our friends in the celebration. We'll have plenty of time to celebrate privately later, but right now, we want to share this happy moment with our loved ones. It's been 1 year, but it's been one of the greatest years of my life. With Roz, of course, but more than that. The girls are also part of what has made my life here so special. And if they hadn't put so much energy into proving to me that orc and human relationships could work, I may never have even considered the idea. Well, that's probably not true. But at least their efforts gave me the confidence to try. Bonnie and arrive first. Mary, Loki and their children come a few minutes later. Camille is already busy bringing out plate after plate of snacks and appetizers for everyone to share. Irish comes with Forrest in tow soon after. Forrest insists on copying his mum, helpfully wiping down empty tables just like he is a waiter himself. Before long, however, he grows bored of it and settles for quietly entertaining the younger children with a game. Inzo, Carissa and Willow show up at the same time as Zenon and Hera. Willow promptly begins to follow Forrest around, hanging on his every word. It's clear that she idolizes him as the cool, older child. Brenna and Vala stumble in the door with their hands full. The orc men immediately begin razzing him. From what I can understand, he seemed to be the orc least expected to ever show up at a restaurant, with his arms burdened with baby gear, and 2 children under 2. Despite their teasing, they all quickly jump in to lend a hand, helping them get settled. Jorgen and Vera come last, with Selene. Once everyone is there, Loki interrupts our chatting and merriment to give a brief toast. "To a wonderful couple," he begins, raising his ale. "It took Roz a while to find Amelia, which is understandable. He had to go all over the country looking, after all." Everyone laughs quietly. "But it's clear that he's finally found himself a good mate and partner," he continues. "All I can say is, about damn time." Everyone laughs again, while Roz slips his hand under the table to search for my own. With a squeeze, he looks at me tenderly, ignoring the tittering of the crowd. Loki lifts his ale glass even higher. 1 year down, here's to many more. Everyone cheers, lifting their own glasses in response. Almost immediately, the commotion of such a crowded table resumes. Everyone springs back to life, passing food, joking, teasing each other, and sharing stories. I look around, feeling so immeasurably blessed by such a rich life. Sometimes my life feels utterly surreal, as though it can't be true. How did I go from a miserable life as a slave to this? It feels so long ago that it's almost hard to remember those days, as though all of that happened to someone else. I guess in a way, it kind of did. I was a completely different Amelia back then. I don't like to think about those times often, obviously. But when I do, it can be hard to wrap my head around how everything has changed. What a stroke of luck it was that Roz happened to find me, or that I was the slave he accidentally got. The strange series of coincidences that led to us being here tonight is truly baffling, if one can call it coincidence at all. I'm more inclined to say that we were destined, no matter how unlikely, to meet all along. Some force was working to ensure that we crossed paths, because we were always heading to this future together, even when we had no idea that this was the journey we were on. The last one that I lock eyes with is Roz, who is watching me with curious amusement. "You look deep in thought," he remarks in a low voice, just loud enough for only me to hear. I shake my head. Not thought, I disagree. Deep in contentment. He leans toward me, kissing the tip of my nose. Good.